Alright, gamers. I'm getting a little ice cream, and it's Overlord time. Oh. Oh. How's everybody doing? Me? I've been watching Tomboy. Well, oh man. Alright. Start the damn timer. Stop giving them free time. Huh? Huh? Boop, 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 boop. Alright. It's time. Gamers. Alright. Go to the Twitch. Reading. Overlord. Volume 1. Pin. I have received. DM. Okay. The knight in full plate armor stood before the girl and her little sister, his sword raised high. His blade gleamed in the sun, and he poised himself, ready to end their lives in a single, merciful stroke. The girl squeezed her eyes tightly shut and bit her lower lip. She had never asked for this. She had been forced into her present circumstances. If only she had some strength, she might have resisted the enemy in front of her and fled. However, the girl did not have that strength. Thus, there could only be one outcome to this situation. That would be the girl's death at this very place. The long sword fell, and yet there was no pain. The girl gingerly opened the eyes which had been squeezed shut, and the first thing she saw was the suddenly motionless longsword. Then she saw the sword's owner. The knight in front of her was frozen in place, his eyes looking somewhere off to the girl's side. His completely defenseless posture clearly displayed the fear that filled him. The reader decides to get up, get his blankets. He does so. It fills him with the comfy that he needs while he does reading ASMR. As though drawn by the knight's gaze, the girl could not help but turn and look in the same direction as him. And so the girl gazed upon despair. What she saw was darkness. It was an infinitesimally thin, yet unfathomably deep blackness. It was a half oval of obsidian that seemed to protrude from the earth. It was a mysterious sight that filled the ones watching it with a powerful sense of unease. Was it a door? The girl could not help but think so after she saw what lay before her. As her heart lurched, the girl's conjecture was confirmed. Something seemed to be coming out of that shadowy passage, and in the moment that it resolved itself in her eyes, ha! A deafening shriek came from the girl. It was an opponent which humanity could not overcome. Twin points of crimson light burned brightly within the empty eye sockets of a bleached skull. Those 2 points of light coldly scanned the girl and the others present like a predator sizing up its prey. Then its fleshless hands it grasped a magic staff that seemed divine in nature. It inspired dread in equal measure. It was like a crystallization of all the beauty in the world. It wore an intricately detailed black robe, and it resembled nothing so much as an incarnation of death, born from the darkness of another world. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. It was as though time itself had stood still in the wake of a supreme being's advent. The girl forgot to breathe, as if the sight had stolen her soul away. Then, in the silent realm, the girl began choking and gasped for air. This avatar of death must have manifested itself in order to guide her to the land of the dead. Am I reading from that shared PDF? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, legitimate. I'm reading from the Sky the Wood blog post. I posted it in general. Wait! You did send me Overlord, didn't you? This was like months ago, wasn't it? I bet your ass didn't even read the emote thing I sent you. My ass still has not watched Fan Letter. Okay. It was as though time. The girl forgot to breathe, as if the sight had stolen her soul away. Then, in this silent realm, the girl began choking and gasped for air. This avatar of death must have manifested itself in order to guide her to the land of the dead. It was only natural to think so. But then, the girl who thought this way suddenly realized that something was wrong. But that was because the knight who had been planning to kill her from behind was now completely still. Gah! A cry that sounded like a wail crept into her ears. From whose mouth had that sound come? It felt like it had not come from hers, or that of her little sister shivering in fright, or from the mouth of the knight that had been about to kill her. A skeletal hand slowly extended itself, its fingers spreading as though reaching for something, and they moved past the girl toward the knight behind her. She wanted to look away from it, but fear kept her gaze in place. She had the feeling that if she averted her eyes, she would see a far more horrible sight instead. Grasp heart! Incarnation of death clenched its fist, and the girl heard the sound of crunching metal from behind her. So she was afraid to take her eyes away from the figure of death. Curiosity got the better of her, and the girl wrenched her eyes away, whereupon saw the body of the knight. He was sprawled motionless on the ground, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, huh? He was dead. There was no doubt that he was dead. The danger that had almost claimed the girl was no more. But this was no cause for celebration. The death that stalked her had merely taken a more concrete shape. That death drew close to the girl, who watched it with terrified eyes. The darkness in her field of vision grew even larger, grew ever larger, going to swallow me up. As the girl thought that, she clutched her sister tightly to herself. The notion of escape no longer existed within the girl's head. If her opponent were human, she might be able to cling to some faint hope and struggle desperately for her life. But the being before her shattered that hope like spun glass. Please, at least let me die without pain. That was all the girl could hope for. Her shuddering sister hugged her tightly. All she could do was apologize for her weakness, for being unable to protect her sister's life. She prayed that her sister would not be lonely as they went on to the afterlife, because they would be traveling there together. And then the end and the beginning. Part 1. In the year 2138 AD, there was a term, DMMORPG. That word was an acronym for Dive Massively Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. These games were played by connecting a dedicated console to the brain via neuronal nano interface and an intracerebral nanocomputer network created from the fusion of cyber and nanotechnology. Buzzwords, buzzwords, buzzwords. These were games that allowed one to enter a virtual world and experience it as though it were real life. And among the myriad DMMO RPGs, which I'm now the person reading, going to call them demos, that thronged the market, one of them stood head and shoulders above the others. Yggdrasil! This game had been painstakingly developed and released 12 years ago in 2126. Compared to other demos of the time, Yggdrasil's selling point was player freedom. It had over 2,000 basic and advanced job classes. Every class had a maximum of 15 levels, so in order to reach the overall level cap of 100, one would need to take at least 7 different classes. However, players could take as many classes as they wanted as long as they met each class's prerequisites. A player could even take 100 classes at level 1 each, although that was very inefficient. As such, in this system it was virtually impossible to make identical characters unless one was deliberately trying to do so. In addition, one could use various creator tools, sold separately, to fully customize one's armor, weaponry, flavor text, appearance, and other cosmetic settings. A vast playing field awaited its players. There were 9 worlds in total. Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nidlevier, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim, and Muspelheim. It boasted a massive world, numerous classes, and freely customizable appearances. I'm just realizing how much of this never comes up again. Musupel? U's Pel. Mu's Pel. I don't know why I care so much. It's never going to come up again. I literally think that in like 17 volumes he never talks about Mew Pel. Mew Spell. Heim. Mew Spellheim. Thank you, thank you. These features ignited the creative spirits of its Japanese players and sparked what would later be known as a stylistic revolution. So popular was it that whenever the word Demo RPG was mentioned in Japan, listeners would immediately think of Yggdrasil. Still, all these were things of the past now. Then there's like a really weird page break here, where they just put some diamonds. A gigantic table, carved gleaming black stone, sat in the center of the room, surrounded by 41 luxurious chairs. However, most of those seats were empty. Once every single place had been filled, but now only 2 were occupied. One of the seated people was clothed in a magnificent black academic robe. Edged in violet and gold, the collar seemed excessively gaudy, but somehow it fit the overall design. However, the exposed head was a bare skull. Points of dark light glowed in its large eye sockets, and behind that skull glowed a halo of black radiance. The being on the other seat was not human either, merely a mass of a black, sticky substance. Its tar-like surface roiled and writhed continuously, never staying in the same shape for more than a second. The former was an Overlord, the highest ranking of those magic casters who had become undead in order to learn the most potent spells. The latter was an Elder Black Ooze, which boasted the most powerful corrosive ability of the slime families. One might encounter these monsters in the most difficult dungeons. Overlords could use powerful spells at the highest tiers of magic, while Elder Black Oozes were dreaded for their ability to degrade weapons and armor. However, they were not game monsters, but players. In Yggdrasil, players could choose their character races from the 3 broad groups: humanoid, demi-human, and heteromorphic. Humanoids were the basic player type and comprised humans, dwarves, wood elves, and the like. Demi-humans tended to be ugly but possessed superior attributes to humanoids. Examples of demi-humans were goblins, beastmen, ogres, and so on. Finally, heteromorphic races had monstrous abilities, but despite their stats being generally higher than those of other races, they also possessed various drawbacks. There were around 700 playable races in total, including the advanced versions of these races. Naturally, the Overlord and Elder Black Ooze were among the high-tier heteromorphic races that were playable. The Overlord, who was speaking at the moment, did not move his mouth. That was because even the most advanced demo RPGs of the time still could not overcome the technological hurdle of properly modeling the changes on a character's face in response to emotions and speech. It's really been a while, Hirohiro-san. Although this is the last day of Yggdrasil, I didn't expect you to show up. Indeed it has, Momonga-san. The 2 of them spoke with voices of grown men, but compared to the voices of the former, the latter's words lacked force, or perhaps it could be said that they lacked energy. You stopped coming online after you changed your job in real IRL, so how long has it been? About 2 years? Ah, seems about right. Ah, it's been so long. This is bad. I've been doing so much overtime recently that my sense of time is starting to go weird. That's really bad, right? Are you okay? My body, well, it's a mess. I haven't had to see a doctor yet, but I'm almost there. It's really bad. A lot of the times I feel like I want to run away from it all, but then I think about how I need money to live, and then I go back to work like a whipped slave. Wah. Overlord Momonga lowered his head in an I can't take it gesture. That's terrible. As though following up on Momonga's comment, Hirohiro delivered a grim monologue, his words laced with an unimaginable reality. The two of them griped loudly about the foolishness they encountered in their working lives. Subordinates who did not know how to report, communicate, and discuss things, spreadsheets that changed by the day, scoldings by their superiors for not meeting various KPIs, working late every day until they could not go home, gaining weight because of their irregular lifestyles, and the increasing amounts of medicine they had to take every day. Hirohiro's grievances burst forth like a broken dam, and Momonga lent his ear to him. A lot of people were averse to discussing reality in a virtual world. It was fairly normal for people to not want to talk about their offline lives in a game. However, this was not so for the two of them. The guild that they belonged to, a group that was founded and managed by players, Eins Ul Gaun, had two conditions that each of its members had to fulfill. The first was that everyone had to be a working member of society. The other was that they had to play heteromorphic characters. Because of these rules, the topics they discussed often revolved around their jobs in the real world. Any member of the guild would field these questions, and as such, the conversation between the two could be considered standard fare for the guild. After about 10 minutes, the torrent of words that flowed from Hirohiro dwindled to a trickle. I'm sorry for making you listen to my whining. I can't complain much, IRL. Place corresponding to Hirohiro's head seemed to sway, as though he was bowing in apology. Thus, Momoga replied, "Don't worry about it, Hirohiro-san. Made you come online despite you being busy, so listening to your complaints is only expected. I'll hear you out no matter how many you have." Hirohiro seemed to have recovered some of his old energy, and with a somewhat more energetic laugh, he replied, I'm grateful for that, Momonga-san. I'm glad I could meet a friend after signing on. I'm very happy to hear you say that too, although it's about time for me to log off. Hirohiro's tentacle waggled in midair as though he were operating something indeed. Well, indeed, he was operating a menu. You're right, it is getting pretty late. I'm sorry about this, Momonga-san. Momonga sighed gently as though he didn't want Hirohiro to sense the regret in his heart. Well, if it's like that, then it's a shame. Time flies so fast when you're having fun. I really did want to stay with you to the end, but I'm about to fall asleep. Well, you do sound pretty tired. Then you should log out soon and have a good rest. I'm really sorry, Momonga-san. Although, how long do you plan to stay, guild leader? I intended to stay on until I was automatically logged out once the servers shut down, since it's still a ways off. Maybe someone might come by in the meantime. Is that so? Still, I really didn't expect this place to be so well preserved. At this moment, Momonga was grateful that he had no way to show his expressions. If he did, Hirohiro would probably have seen his face twist up. Even then, his voice would betray how he truly felt, so Momonga kept quiet, in order to suppress the feelings surging up within him. He had worked hard to maintain the guild precisely because he had built it up along with everyone else. But hearing words like these from one of his guild members sparked a mix of complicated emotions in his heart. However, these feelings dispersed like mist as Hirohiro continued. Momonga-san, you must have kept the guild going as its leader so we could come back to it at any time. Thank you very much. It was a guild built by everyone, so it's my job as guildmaster to keep things going so that the members can come back at any time. Yes, we had fun with the game because you were our guildmaster, Momonga-san. I hope that when we meet again, it'll be in Yggdrasil 2. I haven't heard anything about a second game, but like you said, I'd be glad if we could meet like that. I'll look forward to it. I'm having trouble staying awake. I think I'll log off first. I'm glad I could meet you in the end. Good night. Momonga wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a moment, and then he spoke. I was very happy to meet you too. Good night. A smiley appeared near Hirohiro's head. Since characters in Yggdrasil could not express emotions through their facial expressions, they used emoticons instead. Momonga worked his control interface and produced a similar smiley. Hirohiro's last words were, "Let's meet up again somewhere." And so the last of the 3 guild members to come online tonight vanished. Silence descended once more. It was as though nobody had ever been here in the first place. Nothing was left behind. Momonga looked at the place where Hirohiro had been sitting, and he muttered the words he wanted to say. Today's the last day of the game. I know you're tired, but we'll never have a chance like this again. Why don't we stay together until the end? Of course, there was no response, because Hirohiro had already returned to reality. Momonga's sigh came in from the bottom of his heart. In the end, it was better that it had remained unsaid. During their brief exchange, he could already tell how tired Hirohiro was from the sound of his voice. Still, despite his fatigue, Hirohiro had still responded to the email he had sent, and logged on for the last day of Yggdrasil before it closed down. He should have been grateful enough for that. Asking him to stay on would have just been a matter of being would have been a matter of being thick-skinned, but actively causing him trouble. It would not have just been a matter of being thick-skinned, but actively causing him trouble. Momonga stared at the seat Hirohiro had occupied until just now, and then turned to look at the other 39 seats. Those were the places where his old comrades had once sat. After going a circle around the table, Momonga returned his eyes to Hirohiro's place. Let's meet up again somewhere, huh? Let's meet up again somewhere. See you again. He had heard these words several times before, but they had never come true. Nobody had ever returned to Yggdrasil. When and where will we meet again? Momonga's shoulders shook violently, and the words he could no longer hold back exploded forth. Are you kidding me? He pounded the table as he shouted. The Yggdrasil system registered this action as attack and began the complex calculations of Momonga's barehanded attack strength against the table's defensive strength to determine the final total of damage inflicted in the end. The area Momonga had struck emitted a simple 0. This is the great tomb of Nazarick that we built together. How could you abandon it just like that? After he shouted the words in his heart, the only thing left in there was emptiness. No, that's not right. They didn't abandon it lightly. They simply made the choice between reality and fantasy. It couldn't be helped. Nobody would betray the guild. Everyone who made that decision must have found it painful. Momonga muttered like he was trying to convince himself. And then he stood up and walked toward the wall, where an elaborately decorated magic staff was kept. 7 serpents twined around the body of the staff, which resembled the Kerikeon carried by Hermes Trismegistus. The serpents' mouths gaped open in agony, and each mouth held a gem of a different color. The grip was exquisitely carved out of crystal and glowed with blue light. A blue, shimmering light. Anyone would be able to recognize the staff as a supremely high-quality item, and it was a guild weapon that was unique to this guild. One could call it the symbol of IMOUTOTHON. This staff, which should have been a treasure held by the guildmaster, was instead kept in this room as a decoration. That was because there was nothing else which represented the guild quite like this. Guild weapons were typically kept hidden away in safe places and not used for their tremendous powers, because a guild would be disbanded if its associated guild weapon was destroyed. Even IMOUTOTHON, a guild which existed at the peak of Yggdrasil, was no exception to this. This is the reason why the weapon had been kept here, and Momonga had never touched it, despite the fact that it had been tailor-made to complement his abilities. Momonga extended a hand to the staff, but stopped halfway. This was because at this moment, in the last few minutes before Yggdrasil shut down for good, he realized that soon the glorious memories he had made with his comrades would be lost forever, like tears and rain. The confusion he felt over this made him hesitate as he struggled to come to a decision. More diamonds for a little bit of a page break. Everyone had adventured every day with the sole purpose of assembling the guild weapon. Back then, they had held contests to see who could collect more raw materials more quickly. There had been many disputes over the appearance of the weapon, but slowly, after everyone's opinions were gathered, the weapon gradually took shape. That period of time had been the prime of IMOUTOTHON, when all his glorious memories had been made. People had dragged themselves online after a grueling day at work. Others had argued with their wives because they played until they neglected their families, and some even laughed and said that they had taken special leave to stay home from work and log on to the game. There were times when they had spent entire days doing nothing but talking about silly things for amusement. There were times when they would draw up plans for adventures, and times when they went looking for treasure. They had also mounted raids on enemies' guild home bases and laid siege to their strongholds. Once they had been attacked by a world-class enemy, an immensely powerful hidden boss monster. The guild had nearly been destroyed as a result. They had also discovered many previously unknown resources. They had placed all sorts of monsters in their guild base in order to eliminate invading players. However, 9 of them were left as of today. Of the 41 members of the guild, 37 of them had quit. The other 3 were still registered as members of the guild, but Momonga had already lost count of the number of days since they had last come here. Momonga opened a system console and connected to the developer's website to inspect the official guild rankings. Right now, there were just under 800 guilds in Yggdrasil. In the past, they had ranked as high as the 9th place, but now, as of the last day of the game, they were in the 29th place. At their lowest, they had fallen to 48th place. The reason why the ranking had not fallen even further was not because of Momonga's efforts, but because of the items left behind by his former comrades. One could call this a hollow shell of a guild, a relic of past glories. This was the incarnation of those days. This was the staff of IMOUTOTHON, or more diamonds, my liege. He did not want to let this weapon and its memories of their golden days stay here to be a painful reminder of the past. Yet, contrary thoughts wormed their way through Momonga's heart. IMOUTOTHON had always decided things by use of a majority vote. Momonga might have been the guildmaster, but his job was mainly communicating with people and doing other minor tasks. Because of that, now that there were no other guild members present for the first time, Momonga thought to exercise his powers as the guild's leader. This is a pretty sad state of affairs, Momonga muttered to himself as he operated his player console. He intended to equip himself in the gear that best suited the leader of a top-tier guild. Yggdrasil's equipment was classified according to how much data each item possessed. Items with more data were ranked higher. From the lowest to the highest rank, they were low class, middle class, high class, top class, legacy class, relic class, legendary class, and Momonga was currently selecting divine class. On his 10 bony fingers he wore 9 rings, each with a different ability. Then there was the matter of his necklace, his gloves, his cape, his shirt, and his circlet, all of which were divine class items as well. If they had a price, it would be a jaw-dropping one. The flowing robe which covered his torso was grander than the one he had worn earlier. A red and black aura rose slowly from beneath his feet, and at a glance, it seemed extremely ominous. Ominous. Not ominous. No, ominous, not ominous. This aura was not the result of any skill Momonga activated. It was simply because there had been extra room in the robe's data capacity, so the special effects data for a disaster aura had been added into it. Touching that aura would not cause any harm. In the corner of Momonga's vision, he could see various indicators which showed his stats increasing. After changing out his gear, the fully equipped Momonga nodded, satisfied that he looked the part of the guild's leader. Then he reached out and grasped the staff of IMOUTOTHON. As Momonga grasped the staff of IMOUTOTHON, it radiated a nimbus of reddish-black light. Tormented faces occasionally coalesced out of the boiling light, and then they crumbled and vanished again. They looked so realistic one could almost imagine them wailing in agony. Wonder if they went overboard with the details. The staff that had been made but never used had finally found its way into its rightful owner's hands, in the twilight hours of Yggdrasil. Momonga rejoiced as he saw his parameters rising rapidly, but at the same time he felt sad. Let's go, symbol of the guild. Or no, my symbol of the guild. Part 2. Momonga left what was known as the Round Table Room. Guild members had a ring reserved for their use. Anyone who wore that ring would automatically appear in this place when they logged into the game, barring special circumstances. If any guild members returned, they would do so in this room. However, Momonga knew that the other members of the guild would not be coming back here. In the last 2 minutes of the game, the only player who remained in the gigantic, great underground tomb of Nazarick was Momonga himself. Momonga suppressed the emotions that were rising like a tide and walked through the halls. This place was like a castle built of alabaster and magnificent built of alabaster, a magnificent world suffused with a regal atmosphere. If one raised their head to look to the ceiling, they would see crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling at fixed intervals, radiating a warm light. The broad hallways had brilliantly polished stone floors, which reflected the light from the chandeliers in a way that made it seem like twinkling stars were embedded in its surface. If a visitor opened the doors on both sides of him, his attention would be captivated by the decadent furnishings within. A third party observing the scene would be staring in awe. The much-hated great underground tomb of Nazarick had once been attacked by the largest invading force ever assembled in the game's history. 8 guilds banded together with their allies to bring a force of over 1,500 players, mercenaries, and NPCs to bear on Nazarick. But in the end, they had been miserably defeated. The legacy dungeon has now reduced to this. 4 diamonds. The great underground tomb of Nazareth had once been a 6-floor dungeon, but it had been dramatically altered after IMOUTOTHON took control of it. Currently, it was a 10-floor dungeon, and each floor had its own unique theme. The first to third floors were modeled after a tomb. The fourth floor was an underground lake. The fifth floor was a frozen glacier. The sixth floor was a rainforest. The seventh floor was a sea of magma. The eighth floor was a wasteland, and the ninth and 10th floors were the realm of the gods. In other words, the home base of IMOUTOTHON, which had ranked him on the top 10 of Yggdrasil's thousands of guilds. Diamonds. Stretch, and a stretch. Make sure you stretch, gamers. The sound of Momonga's footsteps and the tapping of his staff rang through this holy sanctuary. After turning several corners in these vast hallways, Momonga saw a woman in the distance, heading in his direction. She was a sensual beauty, whose lush, golden hair grazed her shoulders. She was dressed in a long, elegant maid's outfit with a large apron. She was roughly 170 centimeters tall, with a slender build. Her ample bosom looked like it would burst out of her bodice at any time. Her overall appearance was attractive and gave the impression of being graceful and kind. As the two slowly approached each other, the maid darted to the side of the hallways and bowed deeply to Momonga. In return, Momonga raised his hand in acknowledgement. The maid's expression remained as it was, and she kept the same smile on her face from just now. In Yggdrasil, facial expressions did not change, but this girl was slightly different from player characters with their unchanging expressions. This maid was a non-player character. She was not controlled by the game, but by a set of AI routines. Simply put, she was a mobile doll. Even if her design was incredibly realistic, her bow was nothing more than a programmed action. Momonga's acknowledgement of her bow was nothing more than a foolish gesture, because she was nothing more than a doll. However, Momonga had reasons for not treating her coldly. There were 41 made NPCs in the great underground tomb of Nazareth. You're really gonna say it every time? Like, okay. Each with their own unique design. The creator was a mangaka who had broken into the industry with his maid illustrations, and who was currently serialized in a monthly magazine. Momonga studied the maid carefully. Apart from her looks, he also scrutinized her uniform. The intricacy of the design, especially the fine embroidery that speckled her apron, was enough to make people gasp in awe. Their design had been exceptionally detailed because of the declaration, "Maid uniforms are their secret weapons." Momonga couldn't help but feel nostalgic as he remembered the complaints from the other guild members who had helped with the design. Ah, that's right. I think it was from then that he started saying that maid uniforms are justice. Come to think of it, I think the manga he's drawing now has a maid as a main character. Do his assistants cry when he goes overboard on the designs? Ah, White Brim-san. The maid's AI routines have been programmed by Hirohiro-san and 5 others. In other words, this maid was a personification of his past friends' hard work. He could not simply ignore her without feeling bad about it. After all, this maid was a part of the glorious history of IMOUTOTHON. Just as Momonga was contemplating these matters, the maid raised her head as though she had spotted something and tilted her head in surprise. Maids would do this if anyone lingered around them for longer than a certain period of time. As Momonga searched through his memories, he could not help but be impressed by Hirohiro's elaborate program. There should have been other hidden poses plugged into them as well. Momonga wanted to see them all, but the time was very tight. Momonga glanced at the translucent watch on his left wrist and checked the time. As he thought, there was no time for him to spend waffling around. Thank you for your hard work. Which I believe he probably said, "Otsukare-sama." Momonga walked past the maid after that painful farewell. As he passed the maid, there was no response, but that was only to be expected. Still, even if she did not reply to him, Momonga still felt that it had to be said, because it was the last day of Yggdrasil. Momonga continued forward, leaving the maid behind. I have to go to the bath. I'll be back. Hello, I have returned. After a while, a gigantic staircase appeared before Momonga's eyes. It was wide enough that over 10 people could walk down it side by side, arms outstretched, with no problems. A luxurious red carpet lay on the steps. Momonga slowly descended the stairs until he reached the lowest floor, the 10th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The place where he had arrived was a large receiving room with several figures within. The first to enter Momonga's line of sight was a distinguished old gentleman in a butler's outfit. His hair was pure white, even the beard and mustache near his mouth. However, the old man's back was ramrod straight, like a sword forged of steel. His face was deeply wrinkled and gave onlookers the impression that he was a kind and gentle person, but his keen eyes were like those of an eagle sizing up its prey. There were 6 maids standing behind the butler. However, these maids were different from the one Momonga had met earlier in looks and equipment. The maids wore gauntlets and greaves of gold, silver, black, and other colored metals. Their armor was designed to look like the outfits of maids in manga. They did not wear helmets, but instead white headdresses. In addition, every girl was armed with a different weapon. They were the very picture of battle maids. Their hairstyles were also varied. They wore their hair in buns, ponytails, long and straight, French curls, and so on. The one thing that they had in common was that every single one of them was attractive. The exact way in which they were attractive also varied within them. One was sporty and athletic, one resembled a demure Japanese maiden, one of them had a seductive allure, and so on. These girls were NPCs, but they were distinctly different from the other maids, who had simply been designed for entertainment. Their purpose was to defend against invaders. Or diamonds. In a game like Yggdrasil, guilds enjoyed several benefits if they possessed a guild base of castle tier or higher. One of these was NPCs for base defense. The NPCs that the great underground tomb of Nazareth could field were undead monsters. These automatically spawning NPCs, or pop monsters, had a maximum level of 30. Even if they were destroyed, after a while they would respawn on their own at no cost to the guild. However, players could customize the AI appearances of these pop NPCs. As such, they were hardly useful in deterring intruders, who were universally players. There was also another type of NPC, the ones designed from the ground up to their maker's satisfaction. If a guild possessed a castle-grade guild base, the owning guild would be allowed 700 levels to distribute among any number of NPCs that they wanted. Because the highest level in the Yggdrasil was 100, by those stipulations, a guild could make 5 level 100 NPCs and 4 level 50s, or any combination thereof. When designing an original NPC, one could customize weaponry and other equipment, in addition to clothing and appearances. As a result, one could create NPCs that were far stronger than the automatic spawns and place them in key locations. Of course, not every NPC had to be designed for battle. A certain guild, which called themselves the Kitty Kingdom, fielded no NPCs other than cats or cat-related creatures. In this way, each guild could freely determine their unique style. Diamonds. Umu. Momonga placed his thumb on his chin and looked at the butler and maids, who were bowing to him. Momonga typically used teleportation magic to move through the various rooms, so he had not had many chances to come to this way. Looking at the staff filled him with nostalgia. Okay. He reached his hand out and touched an invisible menu, opening a page that only guild members could see. Then he selected an option from several choices. As he did so, the names of the butlers and maids appeared over their heads. I see, so that's what they were called. Mungo laughed softly at himself for forgetting their names, and also because of the fond memories they brought up in him. There had been quite a few arguments between his colleagues when they had chosen names for the NPCs. The butler, Sabas's design was that of a house steward. The 6 maids behind him were combat maids loyal to Sabas. Together they were called the Pleiades. In addition to these maids, Sabas was also in charge of the tomb's manservants. The text box for Sabas contained more detailed information, but Momonga did not feel like reading it. The service would shut down soon, and he had to be somewhere before then. As an aside, all the NPCs apart from the maids were also very well fleshed out. This was because the guild members were all fans of complex backstories and details. Many of the guild members were artists and programmers, and a game like this, which emphasized the customization of appearances, allowing them to indulge their desire to create and design, was a godsend to them. Originally, Sabas and the combat maids were intended to be the last line of defense against invaders. However, if enemy players could penetrate this deeply into the tomb, they would be able to handily defeat Sabas and the maids, so they were little more than speed bumps to buy time. However, no player had ever made it this far, so they had been waiting here for orders. Without orders, all they could do was wait for a chance to be of use. Amonga tightened his grip on the staff of IMOUTOTHON. He knew it was foolish to feel pity for NPCs. They were nothing more than a collection of electronic data, and the closest they could come to real emotion was a very skilled set of AI routines. However, as Guildmaster, I shall put the NPCs to good use. Momonga could not help but laugh at himself for that incredibly lame line, and then he gave them a command. Follow me. Sabas and the maids bowed respectfully to show that they had heard and acknowledged the order. Leading them away from this place was not what the guild members had intended for them. IMOUTOTHON was a guild that respected the will of the majority. It was forbidden for an individual to selfishly manipulate the NPCs that everyone had made together. However, this was the day when the curtains would fall on everything. Given that, everyone would probably forgive his indulgence. As Amonga thought about this, he continued moving forward, followed by the sound of many footsteps. Diamonds. Eventually, the group arrived at a vast, hemispherical, dome-shaped hall. 4 colored crystal lamps glittered from the ceiling, and there were 72 niches in the wall. Most of them were filled with statues. Each statue was modeled after a demon's appearance, and there were 67 of them. This room was called the Lemegeton. It was named after the Lesser Key of Solomon, which was a magical grimoire. That's an item in Isaac. The statues in the niches were designed to resemble the 72 demons mentioned in the book, and in truth they were golems made out of extremely rare magical alloys. There should have been 72 of them, but there were only 67, because their creator got bored of the project and quit halfway. Okay, that's not halfway. That's a lot more than halfway. The 4 colored crystal lamps on the ceiling were a type of monster, and the moment an enemy entered their range, they would summon high-ranking elementals of earth, water, wind, and fire, in addition to bombarding them with area of effect attack magic. Those crystal lamps all attacked at once. The firepower they unleashed could easily defeat 2 parties of level 100 players, which would be roughly 12 people. This room can be said to be the final defensive line of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Amonga led the servants behind him past the 9th circle and laid eyes on the giant doors before him. The majestic set of double doors were over 5 meters in height and covered in intricate carvings. The left side was shaved into a beautiful goddess, while the right was made to resemble a cruel demon. So realistic was their design that even from across the room, Amonga thought that they would attack him. Still, while the carvings looked like they could move, Amonga knew that they had never moved before. Since they made it all the way here, we should gather in glory and welcome these brave heroes. Let others slander us as they will, but we shall welcome them proudly and openly, like the magnanimous lords that we are. That idea had been passed in accordance with the majority vote rule. Ulbert's son, Ulbert Alain Oldel. He was arguably the most obsessed with the idea of evil in the guild. Was it because of Chunibiol? Amonga felt that way as he looked around the large hall. Will these 2 statues attack? He was right to feel so uneasy. Even Momonga did not fully grasp the secrets of all the mechanisms in this dungeon. It would not be strange if one of the retired guild members had left a strange sort of present for him. The one who had designed this set of doors was just such a person. In the past, he had designed a very powerful golem, but shortly after activation, a flaw in the combat AI made itself known, and it attacked everyone around it. To this day, Momonga still had its doubts about whether that mistake had been on purpose. Hey, Lucy, Star, Fair Son, if they really attack me, I'll be mad, you know. However, Momonga's caution in reaching for the doors was unfounded. As he touched them, they opened by themselves, and although they did so slowly, in deference to their massive weight. The air changed. Although the atmosphere from earlier was filled with quiet solemnity, the scene before his eyes now exceeded that by far. The air became a pressure that weighed heavily on the entire body. It was an exquisite piece of work, and in this wide, high room, even packing several hundred people inside would not make the room feel crowded. The high ceiling and the surrounding walls were a predominantly white color, with golden decorations as highlights. The numerous chandeliers which hung from the ceiling were made of precious stones of all colors of the rainbow, and they emitted a fantastic dreamlike radiance. Numerous flags, emblazoned with different symbols, hung from flagpoles sunk into the walls. A total of 41 of these flags swayed gently in the wind, from the ceiling to the floor. In the center of this room, that was tinted gold and silver, there was a flight of stairs about 10 steps high. Atop those stairs was a gigantic throne, carved out of a single piece of crystal, whose back was high enough to touch the ceiling above it. A huge red banner hung behind it, proudly displaying the symbol of the guild. This place was located in the deepest reaches of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. It was also its most important place, the throne room. Oh, even Momonga could not help but gasp at the sheer magnificence of this room. He felt that it was easily the second most impressive location in Yggdrasil, if not the first. This was the most suitable place for him to welcome the final moments of the game. As Momonga advanced through the room that seemed to absorb the sounds of his footsteps, his eyes fell on the female NPC that stood by the side of the throne. She was a beautiful woman who wore a pure white dress, and the faint smile of her face was that of a goddess. In stark contrast to her dress, her hair was a flowing, lustrous, jet black that reached down to her waist. Although her golden irises and vertically slitted pupils were somewhat odd, apart from those, she could easily be considered a world-class beauty. However, a pair of curled horns sprouted from the sides of her head. In addition, a pair of black feathered wings emerged from her waist. Perhaps it was because of the horns, but her divine smile seemed like a mask that concealed her true feelings. She wore a golden necklace that patterned after a spiderweb. It extended from her shoulders down to the tops of her breasts. Her slender wrists were covered in a pair of lustrous silk gloves, and in her hand she held a strange weapon, which looked like a wand of some sort. It was roughly 45 centimeters long, and a black orb hovered at its end, floating lightly in the air, but holding its position at the end of the wand. Monga had not yet forgotten her name. She was the overseer of the floor guardians of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Albedo. She was in charge of the 7 NPC floor guardians. In other words, she was the highest ranked character in the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Because of that, she was permitted to await orders within the throne room in the deepest reaches of the tomb. However, Momonga turned a sharp look on Albedo. I knew there was a world-class item here, but how is it that there are 2 of them here now? In Yggdrasil, there were 200 ultimate items in the game, known as world-class items. World-class items possessed unique abilities, and some of them were so balance-breaking that they could even request changes to the game's rules by the developers. Of course, not every world-class item possessed such insane power. Even so, a player who possessed even a single world-class item would be catapulted to the highest echelons of fame in Yggdrasil. Ainz Ul Gaum possessed 11 items of them, the most of any guild. Even that was far in excess of any other guild. The guild in second place only possessed 3 such items. With the permission of the other guild members, Momonga was allowed to possess one of these ultimate items, and the rest of these world-class items were scattered throughout Nazarick. However, most of by the way, not the Great Underground Tomb, but just Nazarick. However, most of them were stored in the depths of the treasury defended by its Avataros. Only reason why Albedo could possess such a rare treasure like this without Momonga's knowledge was because the guild member who designed Albedo had given it to her. However, since today was already the last day of the game, Momonga felt that he should respect the wishes of his comrade who had given the item to Albedo, so he did not take further action. This is a good place. Momonga's words are directed to Sabas and the Pleiades as they reached the base of the stairs leading to the throne. After that, he began climbing the stairs, but stopped when he heard footsteps behind him. Momonga could not help but laugh, although his skeletal face could not show any expressions. The NPCs were merely inflexible AI routines, If you did not give a specifically worded command, they would not recognize it as an order. Momonga had forgotten this, and thus he had not properly commanded the NPCs. After his guild members left, Momonga had begun solo hunting by himself to a nearly ridiculous degree in order to earn the gold needed to maintain Nazarick. He did not build friendships with other players and avoided them, as well as the high difficulty areas he used to visit when his guild members had still been around. Then he would deposit his earnings in the treasury before logging out. This had been his routine for almost every day. As much as he did not have as such he did not have much contact with the NPCs. Stand by! The sound of footsteps stopped. After Momonga gave the correct command, he ascended the final steps and arrived at the throne. He stared openly at Albedo, who stood by his side. Though he had entered this room before, he did not recall her eyes tracking him in his memories. What kind of backstory was she designed with? All Momonga knew about her character was that she was the overseer of the Guardians as well as the highest ranked NPC in Nazarick. Driven by curiosity, Momonga opened up a console and began scrolling through the details of Albedo's flavor text. A flood of densely packed characters filled his vision. It was like reading an ancient epic poem. If he took his time to read it in detail, he would probably still be reading until the game ended. Momonga felt like he had stepped on a landmine. If he could move, he would have been trembling now. He wanted to scold himself for having forgotten that Albedo's creator was obsessed with this sort of thing. However, since he had already opened it, he had no choice but to abandon his resistance and continue scrolling. He didn't even skim the text for the important points. He simply scrolled to the bottom as fast as he could while looking at the title. After skipping past vast expanses of text, Momonga's mind settled on the last line and froze. She is also a slut. He could not help but stare. What does this mean? A cry of disbelief escaped Momonga's non-existent lips. He looked the words over several more times, eyes filled with suspicion. But in the end, he could not find any other meaning to them. After several rounds of thought, he could only come to the conclusion he started with. A slut? It must be an insult of some sort. I think that in Japanese, he really calls her a bitch. Right? I think that the anime does a better job of translating this. I think that they translated it as bitch instead of slut. Slut and bitch, in as far as I have seen in Japanese, have like a fair bit of overlap. Whereas I think that they're quite a deal bit more different over here. But like, really, I think the idea is that Albedo has like a bad personality. Like she's not super easy to get along with, and she can be a bitch rather than a slut. I mean, she is a succubus or an incubus. I can't remember. Right? But I don't think that that's what the line is supposed to be about. Each of the 41 guild members had designed their own NPCs, so he could not understand why anyone would want to treat the NPCs they had designed themselves in this manner. Perhaps he would understand why after reading that long essay of flavor text. However, there were guild members who had come up with these unconventional designs. Albedo's designer, Tabula Smaragdina, was one of those people. Ah, is this what they called Gap Moe? Tabula-san. Even so, isn't a backstory like this far too much? Momonga could not help but think that all the NPCs made by everyone were an inheritance of the guild. Designing the highest ranked NPC Albedo in this manner made him think that Tabula Smaragdina was beyond saving. Umu. Would it be fine to change an NPC's backstory based on a personal decision? After thinking about it for some time, Momonga came to a decision. Should I change it? Currently, with the guild weapon in his possession, Momonga could be said to be the master of the guild. He should be alright to exercise the guild master's authority he had never used before. Momonga's doubts vanished like mist as he steeled himself to right the wrongs of his guildmate. He extended the staff of Ainzul gown that he was holding. Normally, one would need developer tools in order to change a character's backstory, but through his power as Guildmaster, he could directly access their settings and edit them. After some edit action on his console, the slut line vanished. Well, it should be like that. Momonga thought a bit more and looked at the gap in Albedo's flavor text. I should probably fill that up. This feels a little silly. Although he was laughing at himself, he still typed out a few words on the console. The words form into sentence. She loves Momonga. Ooh, how embarrassing. Momonga covered his face with his palm. It felt as though he were designing his ideal girlfriend complete with love events for himself, which embarrassed him so much that his heart began pounding. Though he wanted to rewrite it again out of shame, in the end he changed his mind and decided against it. The game would end soon, after all, and his shame would vanish with it. Besides, the sentence he added matched the gap left by the deleted sentence exactly. It would be a shame if he deleted it and left an empty space again. Momonga sat on the throne, scanning his surroundings with eyes filled with satisfaction and a little embarrassment. He noticed that Sabas and the maids were still standing by in a dormant state. It seemed a little lonely and a little odd to have them standing motionless like that. I think there was a command for that. Momonga recalled the words he had heard before and extended a hand before lightly bringing it down. Kneel. As one, Albedo, Savas, and the six maids fell to one knee in obedience. Good. Momonga raised his left hand to check the time. 23:55:48. He was just in time. In all likelihood, the GMs were probably flooding the public channels and setting off fireworks. Momonga, who had put his heart and soul into this place and cut off all contact with the outside world, was unaware of that. Momonga leaned against the back of the throne and slowly raised his head to look at the ceiling. He believed that even on the last day of the game, some invaders might come to Nazareth. He would wait for them. He would accept any challenges in his position as guildmaster. He had sent emails to all the guild members, but only a few would come. He would wait for them. He would welcome his comrades back in his position as guildmaster. A relic of the past, huh? Amonga sank into thought. Although the guild now was just an empty shell, he had enjoyed his time with it. He turned his eyes to look at the huge flags hanging from the ceiling. There were 41 of them in total, the same number as there were guild members. Each of them displayed the personal symbol of each guild member. Momonga extended a bony finger and pointed to one of them. Mine. Then he turned his attention to a nearby flag. That flag represented one of the strongest members in Ainzulgaon. No, in all of Yggdrasil. He was one who started the guild and the one who had gathered the original 9. Touch me. The symbol on the next flag he pointed to belonged to the oldest member of Ainzulgaon, who was a lecturer in a university in real life. Shinjuten Suzaku. Singer moved faster than before as he shifted to the flag which belonged to one of the 3 female members of Ainzulgaon. Ankoro Mochi Mochi. Amonga fluidly recited the names of the various symbols as owners. Hirohiro. Peroroncino. Ooh! It's hard to read the font. Buku Buku Chagama. Tabula Smaragdina. Warrior. Take Mikazuchi. Variable Talisman. Genjiro. It did not take long for him to name all 40 of his former comrades. Their names were still branded deeply in Momonga's brain. He sprawled tiredly on the throne. Yeah, it really was fun. Even though the game did not have any subscription fees, Momonga had still spent a third of his monthly salary on it. It was not because his salary was high, but because he had no other hobbies, so he funneled all his income into Yggdrasil. There was a cash gacha in the game where players could pay for a chance to win a prize. Momonga spent nearly his entire bonus on it, and barely managed to get a rare item out of the experience. When he heard that one of his guild members, Yamaiko, who had won that item for the cost of a lunch, Momonga had been so obvious that he wanted to roll around on the ground. Translator note: gachas are slang for game-based lotteries or lucky draws. They're named after gachapons, which are coin-operated vending machines which randomly dispense a prize. Because almost all of Ainzulgaon's members were productive members of society, most of them were willing to spend money on this hobby, and among them, Momonga was one of the bigger spenders. He was probably one of the top few on the server. That was how dedicated he was. Adventuring was fun, but his greatest joy was found in playing with his friends. To Momonga, whose parents had passed away and who had no friends in real life, the guild Ainzulgaon was a shining memory of the good times he had with his friends. And now, this guild would disappear. His heart was filled with regret and reluctance. Ramonga gripped the staff of Ein's wool gown tightly. He was just an ordinary salaryman. He lacked the financial power or connections to change that fact. He was just another player who could only watch the closing time as it approached. The time on his watch read 23:57. The server would shut down at 0. There was little time left. The virtual world would end, even he would have to go back to the reality the next day. It was only natural. Nobody could live in a virtual world, which is why everyone had left one by one. Among us sighed. He had to wake up at 4 tomorrow. He had to sleep the moment the service shut down in order to not affect the next day's work. 23:59, 35, 36, 37. Amonga set his watch to count out the seconds. 23:59, 48, 49, 50. Amonga closed his eyes. 23:59, 58, 59. Countdown finished. He waited for the curtains to fall on his fantasy world. He waited for the automatic logout. 0, 1, 2, 3. Amonga opened his eyes. He had not returned to his familiar room. This was still the throne room in Yggdrasil. What's going on? The time was right. He should have been forcibly logged out by the server shutdown. 38. It was definitely past midnight. The clock could not have gone wrong because of a system error. Confused, Momonga looked around him, searching for any clues in the vicinity. Could it be they delayed the server shutdown? Or had they extended playtime as a form of compensation? Although numerous reasons appeared in his mind, they were all far from the truth. However, the most likely reason was that an irresistible force had cropped up, and they extended the server shutdown time. If that was the case, the GMs would have made an announcement. Amonga hurriedly worked to reopen the message panel he had closed, and then he stopped halfway. There was no command console. What on earth happened? Amonga was filled with panic, frustration, and suspicion, but he was also surprised by how calm he was considering the circumstances. He decided to call on other means, forced connections that did not require a console. The chat function, a GM call, a forced logout, none of them responded. It was as though they had been deleted from the system. What the hell is going on? Amonga's angry voice echoes through the throne room, then vanished. Today was the last day of Yggdrasil, yet all these things were happening on a day that should have marked an end to the game. Was this some kind of prank they were pulling on the players? Amonga was quite unhappy that he could not meet the end of the game in style, and the words he muttered clearly illustrated the anger inside him. There should not have been any reply to his hostile suspicion. However, what's wrong, Amonga-sama? It was the first time he had heard that beautiful woman's voice. Amonga was startled, but he still kept searching for the source of the voice when he found the one who had spoken the words just now. He was speechless. The person who had answered him was the NPC raising her head. Albedo. Part 3. Karn Village. I'm gonna take a small break for my voice. So I will type in the chat real quick. A small break. Smiley face. And I will type another message for VOD voice. Alright, hold on. I can't just type a dot. I'm thinking I'll finish this page, which is we're about halfway done. Uh, and maybe next week will be next chapter. But we'll see. We'll see. Really. Part three. Carn Carna Village, Carne Village. I don't actually know how you're supposed to read it. It was located on the border of the kingdom at the Empire, near the southern tip of the Azel Azeler Azelaresia mountain range. Just outside, a patch of woodland named the Great Forest of Tob, for a frontier village of the Re-Estais kingdom. Its population was unexceptional. 120 souls, distributed among 25 families. The village made its living from the resources of the forest and the agriculture, apart from doctors and herbalists who came to collect herbs. The only visitors to the village were the yearly tax collectors. Time seemed to stand still for the few residents of the village. Village life was very busy, even in the early hours of the morning. Villages did not possess the magical illumination of continual light, which could be found in cities, so the villages would rise with the sun and work hard all day until the sun went down. The first thing Henry Emmett did after getting up extra early in the morning was to carry water from the nearby well. Hauling water was a woman's job, and once she finished filling the big water tank in the house, that chore was complete. By this time, her mother would have prepared breakfast for their family of four. Breakfast was barley or wheat porridge, as well as cooked vegetables. Sometimes they would have dried fruit as well. After breakfast, she would tend the field to their parents. Her 10-year-old sister would go into the forest to gather firewood or help with the field work. When the bell in the middle of the village square, rang to signal noon, everyone would break for lunch. Lunch would be black bread baked several days before, as well as soup with some shredded meat jerky sprinkled in. Field work would resume after lunch, and when the sun set, they would return home for dinner. For dinner, they would have the same black bread that they had for lunch, as well as bean soup. If the village's hunters managed to bag any prey, they might be able to get some meat to go with their dinner. After dinner, the family would gather around the light of the hearth fire to take care of household chores such as mending worn or damaged clothes. They would go to sleep around 8. The girl, Henry Emmett, was born 16 years ago and had become a part of the village since then. She had lived these days all her life. In her heart, she wondered, how much longer will these unchanging days continue? Diamonds. Today was no different from any other. After waking up, Henry went to the well to carry water, and after filling her buckets to the well, she would need 3 trips to fill the house's water tank. Yosh! Henry rolled up her sleeves, exposing her untanned skin, which was pale and stood out. Long years of farm life ensured that although her arms looked slender and frail, they were actually very strong, with just a hint of muscle on them. The filled buckets were very heavy, but Henry hoisted them up like she always did. If the buckets were bigger, I could make fewer trips. Wouldn't that make things easier? Then again, if the buckets were bigger, I probably wouldn't be able to lift them. As Henry thought about that issue on her way back home, she heard a sound and turned to look at it. There was tension in the air over there, and the seeds of fear began sprouting in her heart. Ears seemed to pick up something like wood being broken, and after that, a scream? It sounded like a strangled bird, but there was no way it would be a bird's call. No way it could be a bird's call. Chill ran down Henry's spine. Unbelievable. There must be some kind of mistake. It couldn't be a human's voice. She tried to erase her unease with these thoughts, and then they vanished. She had to run to the source of the scream because it was coming from the direction of her home. Henry cast aside the water buckets. She could not run while carrying that heavy burden. Although she nearly tripped over her long skirt, she managed to keep her balance by some stroke of luck. The sound rang through the air once more. Henry's heart lurched in her chest. There was no mistake about it. It was a human scream. She ran and ran and ran. Henry could not recall going faster than this in her life. She was running so fast that her legs were about to tangle each other up. The neighs of horses, the screams of people, and shouts. These sounds were becoming clearer and clearer. In the distance, Henry could see an unfamiliar man in armor swinging his sword at a villager. The villager collapsed to the ground with a howl of pain, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, and a swift thrust from the sword dealt him a fatal blow. Morga-san! There were no strangers in a small village like this. Everyone was as close as kin. As such, Henry knew exactly who had been killed before her eyes. Mr. Morgan was a loud but pleasant man. He had done nothing wrong and did not deserve to die like this. Henry wanted to stop, but in the end she gritted her teeth and ran on. The distance that felt fairly close while carrying water now felt like an endless stretch. As the sounds of shouts and curses filtered into her ears, she finally saw her home before her. Dad? Mom? Nemu? Henry opened the door as she shouted for her family. She found three familiar faces with unfamiliar looks of fear. They were motionless. However, when Henry opened the door and entered, their faces softened, the fear replaced by relief. Henry, are you all right? Her father hugged her in his strong arms, which were brawny and tough from field work. Ah, Henry. Her mother's gentle arms embraced her. Good, Henry's back. Then we'd better flee too. The Evan family was in grave danger. They had stayed at home because they were worried about leaving Henry behind, and so they had missed the best chance to escape. Much of their lives would be catching up with them any moment now. As she thought about that fear, it became a reality. Just as the family was about to run, a human figure appeared in the house's doorway. A man silhouetted by sunlight glittered. He was a fully armored knight whose breastplate bore the insignia of the Baharuth Empire. He held a long sword in his hand. The Baharuth Empire was a neighbor of the Reastais kingdom, and the two of them had waged frequent wars against each other. Until recently, the flames of war were mostly limited to the region around the fortress city of Erantel, and had not spread to this village. However, the quiet life that they had enjoyed would end here. Henry could feel the man's cold eyes on her from between the vision slits of his helmet, as though he were counting up how many people were in Henry's family. It frightened her. The knight clenched the gauntlet holding his sword, and a creaking sound came from where metal rubbed against metal. And then, just as he was about to enter the house, whoa! Her father lunged at the man, taking him out of the doorway and out of the house with his momentum. Hurry up and run! Damn you! Blood streamed from a small cut on her father's face. He must have gotten hurt while bull-rushing the knight. Henry's father was rolling around as he grappled with the knight on the ground. The knight grabbed the hand of Henry's father, which was holding a knife, while he in turn kept the knight from drawing his short sword. The sight of blood on the body of one of her family members made Henry's mind go white. She wavered over whether to help her father or run away. Henry! Nemu! Her mother's shouts returned Henry to her senses, and as she looked at her mother, she saw the older woman shaking her head with a heartbreaking expression on her face. Henry grabbed her little sister's hand and ran after her mother with big strides. Guilt and hesitation clawed at her heart, but in the end, she knew they had to flee to the great forest of Tav. The neighing of horses, angry shouts, the clash of steel, and the stench of burning flesh. All these assaulted Henry's ears and nose from the direction of the village. Where had it come from? Henry ran with all her might as she tried to make sense of matters. When fleeing to an open space, she had to make her body as small as possible or hide in the corners of houses. The violent beating of her heart chipped away at the fear that threatened to freeze her body solid. In addition, the small hand she held in hers spurred her on. Her sister. Her mother, who was running ahead of her, suddenly froze and immediately doubled back, her hands frantically gesturing at them to run somewhere else. As Henry realized why her mother would do that, she bit her lip and forced back her tears. She clenched her little sister's hand and ran, trying desperately to get away from there, because she did not want to see what would happen next. Part 4. Is something wrong, Momonga-sama? Albedo kept asking him questions. Momonga did not know how to respond. As it was, there were far too many things he did not understand, so his thought process short-circuited. Forgive me, Momonga could only stare dumbly at Albedo, who was standing by his side. Are you all right? Albedo's beautiful face drew close to Momonga's as she studied him. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils. The scent seemed to restore Momonga's ability to think, and his mind, which had been hitherto out of commission, slowly returned to normal. Nothing is wrong. Nothing. Or no, nothing is wrong. No, nothing. Momonga was not the sort of person who made a habit of speaking politely to dolls. However, hearing Albedo's questions instinctively made him want to respond with deference. Her movements, her speech patterns, her whole being radiated an undeniable humanity. Momonga still had the feeling that something was terribly wrong about Albedo and himself, but he had no way of understanding exactly what the problem was. All he could do, in his ignorant state, was to suppress his fear, shock, and other unnecessary emotions. However, Momonga was a common person and could not do that. Just as Momonga was about to cry out, the words of one of his guild members came to mind. Panic is the seed of defeat, so you must maintain your calm and think logically. Remain calm, look beyond your surroundings, and don't waste your effort on unnecessary details, Momonga-san. As he recalled these words, Momonga slowly regained his composure. Momonga silently thanked Punito Moe, the Zhu Liang, the Zhu Liang of Ain's Woolgown. Is something the matter? He was close to him now. Albedo was so close he could feel her gentle breaths. Her lovely face dimpled in an adorable way as she asked her question. Momonga, who had calmed himself after much effort, was in danger of being driven into panic again from her nearby face. The GM call function does not seem to be working. Entranced by Albedo's limpid eyes, Momonga could not help but question the NPC. In Momonga's past life, he had not received romantic attention from the opposite sex, let alone those of a sexual nature. Although he knew that she was just an NPC, he could not help but be moved by her realistic expressions and movements. However, as his passions stirred within his heart, they were quenched like they had been earlier, and he returned to normal. Momonga felt uneasy at the lack of strong emotions within himself, and he wondered if it was related to the words of his comrade just now. But was that really the case? Momonga shook his head. Now was not the time to ponder those things. Please forgive my inability to answer the Supreme One's questions about this GM call. I apologize for not meeting your expectations. Nothing would please me more than a chance to make up for my prior mistake. Please, command me as you see fit. The two of them were conversing. There was no doubt about that. Learning this fact shocked Momonga so greatly that he could not speak. Impossible. This should not have been this should have been impossible. To close this thing, NPCs could come to conversations with macroed responses to being addressed in a certain way. It was audio data for roars and cheering for players to download, but actually allowing an NPC to engage in conversation was an impossible task. Even Sabas, from just now, could only accept simple orders. Why had such an impossible event occurred? Was this a phenomenon limited to Albedo? Momonga dismissed Albedo with a wave of his hand, and disappointment flashed across her face as she retreated. Momonga turned his eyes from her body to the butler and the 6 maids, whose heads were still lowered. Sebas! Maids! Yes! Their voices chorused out as one, and then the butler and maids raised their heads. Approach the throne. Understood. They responded as one, then rose to their feet. After that, they proudly strode to the front of the throne before dropping to one knee and lowering their heads again. Momonga had learned 2 things from this. The first was that he did not need to especially enter commands on a keyboard. The NPCs would understand his intentions and execute his orders. The second was that Albedo was not the only one who could speak. At the very least, all of the NPCs in this room were exhibiting anomalous behavior. As Momonga thought about this, he suddenly felt that there was something very wrong about himself and Albedo. In order to discover exactly what that something was, he fixed Albedo with a piercing gaze. Is something wrong? Have I made a mistake? As he finally realized what the problem was, he did not shout, nor did he keep silent, but he simply sighed imperceptibly. That unexpected breath of facial expressions, the reason why her mouth could move and why she could speak. Possible. Momonga hurriedly placed a hand on his mandible and spoke. His mouth was moving. This should have been impossible. Going by what he knew about demo RPGs, a character's mouth would not move with their words. The basic premise was that external appearances were fixed, because of that facial expressions were impossible to design. In addition, Momonga's face was a skull without a tongue or a throat. He looked down to his hands, and they were the same fleshless pair that he was used to. He could also see that he had no lungs or indeed any other internal organs, but then how was he speaking? Impossible. Momonga could feel the uncertainty he had in the world evaporating away, replaced by an ever-growing uneasiness. He suppressed his desire to shout out, and like he expected, his surging emotions were suddenly quashed. Momonga slapped forcefully at the throne, but as he expected, no damage values appeared. What should I do? Is there anything I can do? He knew nothing about what was going on. Nobody would help him, even if he got angry. Then his first priority should be looking for clues. Sabas! You could see an earnest, sincere expression on Sabas's face. He looked like a real person. It should be fine to give him orders, right? Although he had no idea what would happen. He could assume all the NPCs in the tomb were loyal to him, right? All he knew, the people in front of him might not be the NPCs that everyone had made together. Numerous questions rose up in his mind, floating on a sea of uneasiness. But Momonga forced aside all these emotions. In the end, the only choice he had for reconnaissance was Sabas. He glanced briefly to Albedo, but then Momonga sealed himself and decided to order of Sabasa. The mental image of a department chief giving orders to his subordinates appeared in his mind. Momonga took on a superior, commanding attitude and spoke. Exit the tomb and investigate the surrounding region. If you encounter intelligent creatures, interact peacefully with them and invite them to the tomb. Attempt to accommodate the other party as much as possible during negotiations. Do not stray more than 1 kilometer from the tomb and avoid unnecessary combat. Understood, Momonga-sama. I will do so immediately. In Yggdrasil, NPCs made to protect a guild base could not leave it under any circumstances. However, it would seem this ironclad restriction had been overturned. No, he can only be certain of that once Sabas returned. Select one of the Pleiades to accompany you. If battle begins, retreat immediately and tell me everything that you have learned. That was simply the first step. Momonga let go of the staff of IMOUTOTHON. The staff did not fall onto the ground, but floated in the air as though someone were still holding it. It was in complete defiance of physics, but it was a common sight in the game. There were quite a few items in Yggdrasil which would continue floating in the air when left unattended. Aura of tormented spirits seemed to cling to Momonga's hand as he let the staff go. But Momonga paid it no heed. He was long since used to that, sight or not, thinking that the macro command would have already been built in. Momonga snapped his fingers and deactivated the aura. Momonga folded his arms. The next step would be, I should contact the game company. The game company would know the most about Momonga's present situation. The problem was actually contacting them. Normally, simply using the /shout command or a GM call would put him in touch with the GM instantly. But if these methods did not work either, message? This was a spell used to communicate in the game. However, its use was restricted to certain places and conditions, but perhaps he might be able to make good use of the spell in this current situation. The problem was that this spell was originally designed to communicate with other players, so it might not be able to reach a GM. In this extraordinary situation, there was no guarantee that the spell would work either. However, he had to give it a try. Momonga was a level 100 spellcaster. If he could not cast spells, his mobility, his ability to gather information, and of course his fighting power would plummet drastically. In these unknown circumstances, he had to verify that he could use magic, and quickly. And where can I go to test my magic? As Momonga thought about that question, he looked slowly through the throne and then shook his head. Although this was an emergency situation, he had no desire to conduct magical experiments in the silent, nearly sacrosanct throne room. He contemplated suitable locations for magical testing, and then a promising place came to mind. There was one more thing he wanted to confirm, in addition to his own abilities. He wanted to be certain of his authority. He had to know whether his powers and privileges as the guildmaster of IMOUTOTHON still existed. Until now, all the NPCs he had met were loyal to him. However, in the great underground tomb of Nazareth, there were several NPCs with levels equal to his own. He had to make sure that they were still loyal. However, Momonga glanced at the kneeling Sabas and the maids, and then at Albedo beside him. Albedo was smiling. It was a beautiful smile, but it seemed to be concealing something else behind it. As he wondered what that something else might be, unease crept through Momongo. The NPCs were loyal to him, but would they stay that way? If this were in the real world, subordinates would no longer be loyal to superiors who constantly screwed up. Would the NPCs be that way as well? Or was it that once they were programmed to be loyal, they would stay that way forever? Their loyalty to him wavered. How should he regain it? Rewards? There was vast wealth in the treasury, although it pained him to expend the treasures left behind by his former comrades. They would probably understand it for the sake of Aizuo Gown. The question would then be, how large a reward he should give. In addition, was he superior to others by virtue or of being high ranked? But what criteria could he use to quantify his superiority? He was not clear about that yet. He had the feeling that as long as he kept this dungeon going, he would eventually come to understand these things. Or did that mean power? He opened his left hand and gripped the staff of Ainzul Gown that sailed into his grasp. Overwhelming power! The seven gems set into the staff gleamed brightly, as though imploring their master to use their colossal might. Forget it. I'll take my time to think about that later. The Momongo released the staff he held, and the wavering staff fell to the ground as though it were angry at him. In any case, as long as he acted the part of the leader, they would probably not raise their hands against him right away. Be it among animals or humans, enemies would probably not attack if their intended prey did not reveal any weaknesses. Momonga declared in a powerful voice, Pleiades, other than the maids selected to accompany Sabas, the rest of you will head to the 9th floor and repel any invaders from the 8th floor. Understood, Momonga-sama. Maids behind Sabas acknowledged his orders respectfully. Begin immediately. Understood, my master. Once more the choruses of voices rang out. Sabas and the maids bowed once more to their lord, who sat upon the throne, then stood and left simultaneously. The giant doors opened and then closed again. Sabas and the maids vanished beyond the doors. It was good that they had not replied with a no or something similar. A great weight seemed to lift off Momonga's chest, and at the same time he looked at the person who had stayed by his side. The person was Albedo, who had stood by, awaiting orders. He smiled and asked him, Then, Momonga-sama, what will you have me do next? Ah, got it. Momonga rose from the throne to retrieve a staff, and as he did that, he spoke, Come to me. Yes. Nodding, Albedo drew closer, although Momonga was wary of the black wand and orb she had been carrying. The caution passed in an instant, and he decided temporarily to ignore its existence. Just as Momonga finished thinking that, Albedo was close enough that he could embrace her if he wanted. She smells nice. Wait, what am I thinking? Momonga cast out the thoughts which had rose up inside his head, which had rose up inside him again. Now was not the time for fooling around. He reached out his hand to touch Albedo's. A pained expression flickered across Albedo's face. Momonga drew his hand away, like he had received an electric shock. What is this? Did I make her feel uncomfortable? Several bad memories ran through his mind, like being hit by loose chains that fell from the sky. But in the end, Momonga found his answer. Overlords required levels in the Elder Lich racial class, and among the abilities Elder Liches possessed the ability to inflict negative energy damage on anything they touched. Was that the reason? Although, even if it really was the reason, he still had some questions to ask. In Yggdrasil, the monsters and NPCs that appeared in the great underground tomb of Nazarick would be recognized as belonging to Ainz Ooal Gown faction. As the Ainz Ooal Gown faction. Since every member of the guild was also flagged as belonging to Ainz Ooal Gown, there should be no problems, even if they attacked each other. Could it be that she no longer belongs to our guild, or has friendly fire been enabled? The latter possibility was more likely. With that conclusion in mind, Momonga apologized to Albedo. Forgive me, I forgot to deactivate my negative energy touch skill. Please pay it no heed, Momonga-sama. That damage hardly counted as damage, and as long as it is you, Momonga-sama, would gladly endure any kind of Is that so? No, I must still apologize. Momonga was caught off guard by Albedo's adorable yelp and the way that she shyly covered her face, and his reply ended up being less dignified than he had hoped for. So it was due to the negative energy touch after all. Momonga turned his eyes from Albedo, who was going on and on about how this was nothing compared to the pain of losing her virginity, and began thinking about how to temporarily deactivate the always-on skill. And then he suddenly knew how to do it. To Momonga, who wielded the power of an overlord, it was as simple and natural as breathing. He could not help but laugh at the strange situation he found himself in. After all the shocks and surprises he had received so far, this was hardly worth panicking about. It was frightening how well he had adapted to his condition. I'm going to touch you. Ah. After deactivating the skill, he touched Albedo's hand. Thoughts like, her hands so slim, her skin so white, and so on raced through his head, but he cast aside these male desires and focused on one thing, the pulse at her wrist. It was there. It was a steady rhythm. Lub lub. Lub lub dub. Lub dub. She was a living being, so it was only natural. Yes, she was alive. Momonga released her hand and looked at his own arms. All he saw was an expanse of polished white bone, bereft of skin or flesh, because he had no blood vessels. He could not feel a heartbeat. Indeed, an Overlord was an undead creature, a being that had transcended mortality itself, so obviously he would not have a heartbeat. He shifted his gaze to Albedo. Momonga saw himself reflected within Albedo's moist golden eyes. Her cheeks were pink, probably because her body was rapidly heating up. The changes in her body surprised him. What's this? Is she not an NPC? Is she not pure electronic data? Why does she feel like a real person? What kind of AI could do this? More importantly, why is it that Yggdrasil feels like the real world? Impossible. Momonga shook his head in denial. There was no way such a fantastic scenario could have occurred. But once the idea took root, it was not easy to eradicate. Momonga was not sure how to proceed given the changes in Albedo. The next step, yes. The final step, if he could confirm that, then all of his predictions would be vindicated. Was this real life or was this just fantasy? He had to do this. If she attacked him with that weapon of hers, it could not be helped. Albedo, may I touch your breasts? Eh? The air between them seemed to freeze. Albedo's eyes went wide. A wave of depression washed over Momonga as he considered his words. I have to do this. What the hell was he thinking? Saying that to a woman. He wanted to scream despicable at the top of his voice. Indeed, using one's superior position to commit sexual harassment was the most despicable thing imaginable. But he had no choice. Indeed, he had to do this. As Momonga convinced himself with all his strength, his composure gradually returned to him. Resuming the air of a proper ruler, he continued forcefully, That should be fine, right? It was not fine at all. In contrast to Momonga's nervous request, Albedo seemed to be overflowing with joy. She gave him a glittering smile. But of course, Momonga-sama. Please, help yourself. Albedo straightened herself up, presenting her ample twin peaks for Momonga's inspection. If he still had saliva, he would have swallowed several times by now. Her breasts swelled up through her dress, and now he was going to touch them. On the other side of his abnormal tension and nervousness, a quiet, calm part of Momonga's brain was observing his own actions. He noted how foolish he was and wondered why he had thought of this, and why he was still going to follow through anyway. He sneaked a peek at Albedo, and found that her eyes were shining, jiggling, her bosom as though to say, hurry up and touch me. Not knowing whether it was because of excitement or embarrassment, Momonga steadied his hands with sheer force of will, steeled his resolve, and reached out. The first thing Momonga felt was something hard under the dress, followed by a soft, yielding sensation. Wah! Ha! As Albedo moaned wetly, Momonga completed yet another experiment. If his brain was normal, there were two possible explanations for his present situation. The first that this was a new demo RPG. That was to say, the moment Yggdrasil had shut down, a new game, Yggdrasil 2, had immediately taken its place. However, in light of this experiment, the probability of that being the case was vanishingly small. This is because R18 actions were strictly forbidden in these games. Who knew? Perhaps even R15 actions might be banned as well. Violators would be publicly listed on the game's official website, and their accounts would be deleted, or worse. Once the records of these R18 actions were publicly released, they might be punished for damaging moral culture and thus violating the Social Order Maintenance Act. As such, most people consider these acts off-limits. They were still in game world. The company should have made it impossible for players to do such things. If the GMs and the game companies were watching, they would have prevented Momonga from performing lewd actions. However, there was no sign of any resistance or opposition. In addition, one of the fundamental rulings which pertained to demo RPGs was that forcing a player to participate in a game without permission could be treated as a form of cyber kidnapping. As such, forcing a player to test out a game in this manner was a prosecutable offense, especially if there was no way to force quit the game. It would not be unexpected for a company to receive fines or jail time for such things. A situation arose where a player was not able to log out of the game. Up to a week's worth of game activity could be stored in a legally mandated record, which would make it easy to prosecute the company for their violations of the law. Therefore, if Momonga did not report to work for a week, someone would have found it strange and come to his house to check on him. Then all the police would need to do was to access the records with a specialized console and the problem would be solved. Which company would risk arrest or worse to commit a corporate crime like this? Of course they would try to muddy the waters by saying, this was a closed beta test for Ugisil 2, or there were third-party programs used here. But in truth, such a risky matter with no benefits at all for the game company. That being the case, the only answer for his present circumstances would be that a third party was doing something here, and it had nothing to do with the game company. If that was the case, he would need to throw out all of his previous theories and think in other directions. Otherwise, he would never find the answer. The problem was that he had no idea where to start, and there was another possibility. The possibility that the virtual world had become reality. Impossible. Manga promptly rejected that idea. How could such an illogical, foolish thing happen? But on the flip side, the more he thought about it, the more strongly he felt it was the right answer. And then, Momonga remembered Albedo's scent. In accordance to the software legislation for virtual reality games, such games were not allowed to provide sensory data for smell and taste. Although Ydra still had food and drink items, consuming them was little more than changing a value in the game system. In addition, the sense of touch was heavily limited, in order to prevent confusion with the real world. These limitations meant that VR systems were not very useful for the sex industry. However, none of these limitations were in effect now. Realizing these facts shocked Momonga. Countless questions like, what about tomorrow's work? What'll happen if this keeps up? Flashed through his mind. But then he cast them all to the back of his mind. If this virtual world is just a simulation of the real world, then the quantity of data involved must be unimaginable. Momonga swallowed with a non-existent throat, though his mind could not comprehend the situation. His heart could. His hands finally left Albedo's ample bosom. He realized that he had been groping her for a long time, but Momonga justified it to himself by saying that he had no choice but to grope her for that long. And it was definitely not because squeezing her supple flesh felt so good that he reluctantly let go of her, or something. Sorry, Albedo. Wah! A sensual moan from the red-faced Albedo, and he could practically feel her body heat raising the surrounding temperature. After that, she shyly asked Momonga, will I have my first time here? Momonga was caught off guard by her question. Before he could think clearly, he replied, eh? His mind was suddenly frozen, was unable to parse her question. First time. What's that? What's this all about? Why does she look so shy? May I ask how you wish to dispose of my clothes? What? Would it be better if I disrobed myself? Would you like me to unwrap me, Momonga-sama? Or if we did it while I was wearing the dress afterwards, it would get dirty. No, if you want me to wear this dress, I have no objections, Momonga-sama. His brain finally managed to make sense of Albedo's words, although whether there really was a brain under that skull remained to be seen. As Momonga realized why Albedo had this reaction, an immense struggle took place within him before he finally said, I know, that's all for now, Albedo. Eh? I understand. Now is not the time for it. There's no time for that sort of thing. My apologies. I allowed myself to be ruled by my desires despite the urgency of the situation. With a swift movement, Albedo made to genuflect an apology, but Momonga stopped her. No, all this is my fault. I forgive you, Albedo. That aside, I have an order. Please give me any command you desire. Tell the guardians of each floor, with the exception of the 4th and the 8th floors, to meet at the Coliseum on the 6th floor in an hour's time. I will contact Aura and Mare myself, so there is no need to inform them. Understood. Now allow me to repeat the order. Aside from Aura and Mare of the 6th floor, I am to inform all of the guardians to meet 1 hour later at the Coliseum. That's still not exactly what he said. Anyway, correct. Go. Yes. Albedo swiftly departed the throne room. As he watched the retreating Albedo, Momonga let himself sigh, in a way that suggested he was thoroughly exhausted. Once she left the throne room, Momonga groaned painfully. Oh, what have I done? It was supposed to be a silly joke. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it. I've soiled the NPC Tabulous Smaragdina-san created. When he thought about it, there was only one reason why Albedo would react like she had. It must have been when he was editing her backstory and changed that line to, she is in love with Momonga. That must have been why she acted that way. Ah, shit. Momonga muttered to himself, thinking about how Tabula Smaragdina had painstakingly created this masterpiece, albeit out of whole cloth. Then someone else had splashed paint all over his work at will, and now she had become like this. The knowledge that he had ruined someone else's hard work made him feel miserable. However, the frowning Momonga, although he could not be seen because he was a skeleton, although it could not, eventually rose from the throne. Momonga told himself that he had to leave this at the back of his mind. After the important things were taken care of, he could agonize over it later. That is the end of the page. I think I will continue for a bit, but I will take another break. Alright. I'm looking at how much I gotta read to get to like the next stopping point, and I lied. We're done for the day, I think. Yeah, we are done for the day. So, if you somehow found yourself watching the stream or the video or whatever I say for these things, thanks for watching. I'm sorry. Bye. Uh, I don't know what to do now, though. But I'd like to play video games. Let me see what Coco's availability is. Coco, what are you doing? Yeah! Okay, okay, we're gonna do Nightwing. And I'm howling at the moon, and we call it tunnel vision. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Coco! Oh. Ruri contacted me, and she was like, hey, I've actually played a fuck ton of Deep Night. And she was like, so if we try to play together, like, that's not going to go well. Right? And I was like, okay. Is this a problem that is solved with me playing and getting a bit more setup? She was like, yes, but also, if we just want to find another game, that's acceptable. Low key, she was looking down on me. She was like, you know, Western man can't dribble. I am playing this up. Utsumi, if you're watching this back, I'm making a joke. Everyone knows that I'm joking. Everyone knows that I'm joking. We love our Ruri around here. I know that she honestly just has like my best interest at heart. I know. It's all for comedic effect. The Deep of Night has been added to the expeditions venue. So, can you dribble? How well can you dribble? No, I meant dribbling. I can barely dribble. It's honestly like the hardest part of basketball for me. Passing, catching. Okay, listen. I do have a little bit of trauma with catching, but that's just because someone passed it in a situation that I thought was insane. But it's still on me, right? I put my hands up, but my hands didn't get quite up enough, and it just fucking it went straight into my finger, right? And I like broke that shit for like a couple of weeks because I was telling my mom, I was like, fuck, this shit really hurts. I was like, I think I broke my finger, and she was like, you didn't break it, and I was like, Mom, I'm pretty sure this shit's broken. Like, everything fucking hurts, like, all the time with it. And then she was like, let me touch it. And I was like, ah! And she was like, uh-oh. She was like, how? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes, like, way more sense. And also, she was like, you didn't actually break your finger, you sprained it or something. And I was like, mother, come on. Just give me this. Just give me this. Just let me tell people I broke my finger. Oh, did you see that they fucking nerfed my boy? They nerfed, like, the literal way that I play the game? Because apparently, like, millions of people were doing it. Not millions, but... yeah. And it's fair, like, what they did, but it doesn't make me any less sad. So, there was this weird thing about it where a lot of times, like, you would do it, and I think you would be considered out of combat or something. So it would cost 0 stamina. Like, the whole combo. Okay, so what the fuck it actually is the Deep Night? hoping that this rat will provide us the exact amount of souls that we need to level up, and it just did not come to fruition. Do these higher end tier enemies drop us more souls? Well, you're a big fat fucking liar, because I just got shit from him. To the gallows! Also, I saw you playing a little jump shift the other day, or jump space, as we all know. That's fucked up that they didn't summon you for it. I'm getting my bearings again. There's a lot that goes on in this game. Oh, this is like totally doable too. I do really wish that these birds were faster. They are faster than running, but it really doesn't feel like it's by a lot, you know? Yeah, I don't know if you saw that item earlier, but it was like, how would you like continuous HP loss? Hmm. I'm good. Just seems annoying. So is this truly endless? Ah, fuck. Here. Glad you're here, because I think I've missed literally every attack except for the one I started this fight on. There we go. I don't know why I'm hanging around. I don't have to press anything. Okay, level 7 now. Yeah, I gained a lot of levels all at once. It's weird. Wait, did I even increment the day for the summon? Now that I think about it, I might not have done that. Listen, that's cool, but poison builds up, but not at max health. Seems really annoying. You know, those... Pure. I am on my way. Yeah, I did the Bakemonogatari reading yesterday, and I thought that owned. I did the Overlord reading for a bit today. I thought that was less good, but you know, still an okay time. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is, you know, continues to astound. I just can't get over how funny it is. How much the Fire Emblem and Satisfactory swapped places. Where I was like, Satisfactory is gonna be fine, but Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is gonna be like a struggle. And then, you know, Satisfactory ended up being, I ended up doing so much of it solo, right, to like spare Utsumi and Chancer. Because we still had like an okay time, like I had to make that clear. Like it's not like it was like literal torture. But it is just like, Satisfactory felt like the world's greatest advertisement for Factorio. Man, that's actually kind of worth it. It was like minus 4% max HP, but 60% successive attacks provide damage negation. 60%. I have also heard they have just increased the knight's damage period. Yeah. That's manageable. Oh, wow. That did damage. Like, Satisfactory is, like, part of the reason why I didn't, like, play this, like, when it came out, is because, like, if I felt that if I didn't do a lot of solo Satisfactory, basically, that it would be the only thing that we would do on Tuesdays for, like, the rest of the year. Was, like, how long I felt like the game was going. Right, and like if that were the case, then like Chancer would have died. Yeah. Yeah, did you ever hop in for us doing the base defense thing for Factorio? It's something I really want to go back, and after Satisfactory, I'm a lot more open to maybe doing non-standard Factorio. Like, you know, maybe like a mod pack and stuff. And I think that a lot of mod packs and stuff, I think scratch a bit more of the itch that you're doing. But also, that, you know, your response to Mindustry has definitely, you know, wow, I really got 3 fucking garbage ass things. I've always thought it was takeable, it's just that, you know, I had other things on the mind, really. My current ones were, parries activate golden whatever, sudden enemy deaths, and some other one that's akin. Guard counters do something. I think we work our way up, because that's our last Estus. Do I have something that's eaten into my Estus? I do. That's why it feels like my Estus is a fucking garbaggio. You'd love to see improved stance breaking. What were we just talking about? Before the gradually restoring flasks? Oh, Factorio. Yeah, yeah, we did there's like there are alternate modes in Factorio. It has like different scenarios. And one of them is like, your goal is to launch a rocket. Your base is surrounded by enemies. Like, positively. And they're like, we'll give you like a 1 in-game day grace period. And then like your ass is cooked. Like you have to deal with stuff. Also, like depending on how many Alamous like you kill, you earn upgrades and stuff. And we tried it, and because I was like, oh, come on, like I want to try out some of like these other modes, because I do really like. There's another mode that is a series of puzzles, where it's like you are given this amount of space, use belts and stuff to get the items to the other side, like to the correct chest and stuff, and it's pretty fun and cool. And so I was like, you know, let's look at these other ones that the game has, right? And the base defense one, like we fired it up, and it fucking demolished us. And then we called in help, and it demolished us. And then we called in more help, and it demolished us. And then I couldn't convince people to give it, like, another shot. You're... the source of Mindustry, my friend, was like... So I was telling him about some of my gripes about Satisfactory, about how there's just, like, so many things in Satisfactory you can't automate. There are just like a number of things in the game where in the automation game they're like, ooh, sorry, 100 hours into the game and I'm gonna need you to do that by hand. And that's a real big downer for me, right? And some of it's shit that, like, I just can't understand. So, like, later on in the game we unlocked a healing item, the only healing upgrade that we got in the whole game, where it turned all, like, we could craft a full heal, right? Has to be done by hand. Just for some reason, that whole process has to be done by hand. And I just can't understand why. But, you know, some... I oftentimes think that they forgot that it's an automation. Improved dodging. Smiley face. A bow? A bow? I have no idea where to go. Whoa. This guy looked like he had a plan. Okay. You're level 14? I'm level 12. You have gotten so many more procs on the thing than me, bro. That's still, like, a lot. He should drop way more souls than he gives. Let's be real. Man, it's a legendary, but I'm taking improved dodging. I don't even know how much improved dodging actually does, but it just feels like, even if it's just like a little bit, it feels like it's probably one of the greatest things you can do for yourself, right? So, like, after we beat this boss, does it just spit us into another boss? Like another 3 days? Level 1, or... Yeah. Because Ruri was like, I'm on depth 14. She plays the game a lot. She has a weekly play session with the group. But you didn't think that they, like, actually meant it. Yeah. I had a friend who was trying to hit max stats in Dark Souls, and he's like, it's real rough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was telling him, like, really your best bet for that is getting, like, a partner who also wants to do it and just PvP over and over and over and over. Because, you know, like, the souls that you get as a reward are based on, like, their level up, so it's, like, the only way to scale the souls. Alright, I will be level 15 for the boss. Yippee! And especially when you get near the end and you start putting the points into, like, the worthless stats, right? You're just kind of like, what am I doing? I'm under the ground. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm just gonna choose whatever passive benefit is there because I'm scared. I'm a real brother. I don't think I'm getting you. A lot, actually. I think it's a lot. I just don't feel confident enough in this. Goodbye, team. Shintu has funded Dungeon Defenders, which I need to clarify with him, because I never really, like, established, you know, like, what that means. Like what are... And Chancer's been like annoyingly wishy-washy on it, where like one day he's like, yeah, you know what, if they pay for Dungeon Defenders, I'll play it. And then like the next day he's like, there's no shot in hell like you're getting me on Dungeon Defenders. And I'm like, well, you kind of need to like pick a lane, you know? Alpha and I... Oh, fuck, yeah. Hold up, I received a message. I am 30 minutes away. Okay. I need to talk to Chancer and Shintu about that. And Candy, and maybe Alpha. Well, we have to do with that minimum for. For like a little cut. There we go. No. Sorry, it's not in the budget. Let me see how much damage this shit does. Yeah, you know what? This is doable. Oh, you know? I'm good, actually. I saw your health basically instantly go down to 0. And then I got scared for me. I don't have any of those items on, but that doesn't mean I can't be scared. Yeah. Yeah. The buff that you get from what's his name? Oh fuck. Fuck.
Me.
I refuse to make a deal.
The time is ripe.
Alright, so this is also the hard version. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. But he's not going to flood me with ads. Wow. Oh wow, that would have killed me. I don't remember what this move is. No! Ah. What a bitch. What a lad. Which deal did you take? I have no idea. Man, I feel like he's doing like a lot of damage. I'll Pac-Man time. I don't think I'm getting you guys up, if I'm being real. No! No! I was supposed to move in that direction, Coco! I'm just waiting for... Hold up. You don't need to do that. me. No! There's no dots near me. There's no dots near me. I wish that he didn't work the way that he works with regards to... I wish that you had the same amount of time every time to break them. Instead of it getting, like, shorter. Because it's like, why do I even waste my time? Oh my god, that still got me. Alright, out of Estus. I canceled. No! No! Oh. Oh. I do believe that I saw Ruri fighting the... Touched by the deep of night, Vessel's depths are now revealed. The photos of this one newly revealed location from each vessel this far. Well, I got great news on that front. My cup has, like, nothing new for me, because the ones I got are pretty garbage. Ruri was like, the most important thing is you probably need to go get some gems that aren't, like, worthless. Man, that one is, like, actually pretty good, except for the part that it makes Great Spears more available. Can't say that I do. The sellings. I do love that I can sell them from this page now, though. Dormant power helps discover great bows. Yippee! Man, this really chews through your money, huh? Oh, okay, that was not very profitable for me, I don't think. As I have yet to get a, a deep red. Okay, I've got a blue that I kept. All resistances down. Yippee! Okay, I'm gonna keep playing the gacha a little bit longer, because, I got 2 empty slots. I'd rather not have 2 empty slots. Alright, that one seems good. Sure. I really, really wish that... Okay, that one also seems pretty good. That, I didn't have to use great swords for my thing. Because I still would very much prefer to use a straight sword. Wild character skill inflicts blood loss, huh? Alright, let me. When did they send me this message that they're 30 minutes away? They sent it 20 minutes ago. Okay. I'm gonna have to wait before I. Runes and item discovery increase for each enemy defeated at a great fort. Okay. I am done spending my money. I'm poor now. Did they add any more, like, locks and shit? Any more, like, skins or anything? Alright, well, while we wait, anime time. I think if we go by their estimate, they'll be here in like 8 minutes. I'm also gonna try to organize Pulsar soon, I think. As am I. I saw that. I'm now the second lowest rank. Yes. I don't know if I'm actually supposed to be the second lowest rank, or if it's, maybe. I also don't take the game very seriously, but I'm like, I still kind of feel like that's a little low for me. Mhm. Yeah, the last time we played, we had an Infernus who was like, "You guys are throwing the game," and I was like, "You know what? This guy probably knows what he's talking about, but like, he didn't really tell me." Like who is he talking to? What is he talking about? Like, you could give us a little bit better direction. And then right before we lost the game, I pressed tab and I was like, "What the fuck?" He's 0 and 14 in like 4, like 30 minutes into a game, and I was like, I can forgive you for being 0 and 14, but how have you only been involved in 4 kills? The game has been gas, gas, gas. You know? And it is, you know, maybe he was farming. No, like lowest net worth like in the game, and it's just like, who are you? What are you talking about? Yeah, I do notice many people like Hector gets it. Hector fucking gets it. We are in, right? And basically at any time in Deadlock, I'm squaring up, you know? Or I'm running around punching boxes. But when I run around and punch boxes, I'm trying to square up. I'm moving to a square up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Like every fight.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I know exactly what you're fucking saying. But there are definitely
Yeah, but
fights that
I'm
we
like,
probably shouldn't have taken, but like the monkey part of your and I's brain was like, yeah, but then like what am I doing?
yeah,
Like what's the fucking point if I don't?
yeah. And if I get a kill, like if we get into a fight and I get a kill or I get 2 kills and we don't lose anyone, I'm like, let's just keep
Oh,
fighting.
oh.
Why are we going to farm when we can fight instead? And it's now an enforced like 6v4.
Yeah. I had this conversation in Dota a lot too. People just don't,
Yeah.
especially like in the in-house. I'm like, hey, we just killed like 4 heroes. Why are you guys backing? Like, what's the point? We just killed
Yeah.
like 2 heroes. Why are you guys leaving?
Yeah, I am not afraid to fight, and if I die and we kill more, that's still a win. I don't care. I'll hang out
Yeah.
for 40 seconds. Do you know how many 7-second porn gifs I can watch in 40 seconds? Like,
I can watch an
because
episode of
I
anime during a game of Deadlock. It's chill, you know?
yeah, like in one of my games, someone was like, "What am I supposed to do when I die?" And I'm like, I don't know. Find a nice porn and just stream 30 seconds while you sit there.
Yes, dude.
Like,
Microdosing.
yeah, I'm like, if you're just jerking it anyway in the jungle, like, what else are you doing? You can have it pulled up on your second monitor. Because you're not contributing anyway, you may as well, like, go fight and die so you got your hands free.
Yeah.
But yeah, I won like, I don't know. It was like I won 12 of my last 16 games yesterday. And one of my friends is like, you're winning a lot. And I'm like, right, but look at this. And I'm like, and I pull up my deaths for each game. And I have like at least 8 deaths in literally every game. And I am like never below in souls. And I'm like, you get so many souls for fighting. Like, as long as people die, you won't be put behind. And because I'm a support, it's even easier, right? Like, my items, most of the items that I want are 3,200. Also, Healing Nova, crazy, is so good.
I'm less inclined for some things now. Now that I have 4 less item slots, but and I'm reevaluating so many things on the Iceman. But also I have to play him ever, and I pretty much never get him.
Right. If I plan on like, if I don't want to play like a carry, then I have Iceman set up at like max priority. I just enjoy him. But like, you lock a member in your Ice Dome and you hit Healing Nova, and you just watch their health shoot through the roof. It's so much fun. Or like, we were pushing Patron yesterday and they had 2 carries who could like 2v6 our team. And I was like dipping in and out of their spawn room as the carries were spawning, so they ran to kill me. And as they walked out to kill me, I just trapped them in the bubble so they couldn't get to our team in the Patron pit. And I was like, yep. It's honest work. And they just immediately killed me, and then we won.
Dude, the amount of people that go and do the mid boss thing, I'm just like, you guys have a problem.
Oh, that's something. Okay, so after it put me in like the higher rank, people are so reasonable about mid boss.
Must be nice.
It's like, oh, hey, we wiped them. Let's go ahead and push, and then as they're coming up, let's just turn back and get mid boss, and then head home. And it's like, hell yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'll be back. I'm gonna go downstairs and wait for them so that I can expedite the process.
Yes. How's it going, chat? I hope everyone's having a good day today. You know what? Let's
Alright, I'm already back. I went downstairs,
hello.
I looked out the window, and she was pulling in. And I was like, well,
Nice.
I'm a god, bro. I'm a god.
Okay, let me kill myself really quick, and then I'm good to go. Excuse me. Depth of Night 14 is kind of crazy.
She's a gamer. She's a gamer. I really
I'm
want
not
to.
saying
I really want to play with her and get her in on the subathon. Just because, like, I like this idea that, like, the subathon is kind of like a snapshot of, like, my life at this point in time. Because, you know, like, I'm probably gonna get, like, a real job. Like, after the subathon ends. So I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to stream.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask. I think the last time I had heard, you had some like things potentially in the
No. I
works.
mean, like, literally finding anybody that will hire me whatsoever. Outside of my field.
I gotcha. Am I crazy? Weren't you talking to like a recruiter recently, or?
Yeah, but then they just ghosted me. Yeah. Yeah. And
Well, you know, take that.
I've basically had no real news in months.
Okay.
But like I really I wanted to get solar panels before next year. Because, you know, all of the tax credits for that shit are disappearing. Man, you made it all the way up, but I did not. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was curious because I didn't even get close. Oh wait. Oh god.
Okay.
Excuse me.
That guy
Oh,
just owned us. But
he did.
I don't know. There's just like I don't actually know if I'm gonna go to like even get a job close enough nearby that it's gonna like work right. But I got obviously I've got to like try because I am running out of money and it's time to kind of give up on the idea I think of getting a job in my field. Well, I don't think we should do. No, we can do this. We can do this.
Why can I not hit you? There we go. I don't know if something is going on with my controller or what. But I am having a hell of a time at the moment.
What a motherfucker.
Right?
I don't feel the need to finish killing that guy. I'm a bigger man, and I can just say that he's bested me in combat.
Three churches. Okay.
This dung beetle is red?
That means he'll drop two. He'll drop two things when you kill him. Excuse me, sir. What are you selling?
Denny's
Anything
ain't
good?
the same since they got rid of smoking sections. Listen, you mean that they got better?
Yeah, I for one am more than happy that my parents can't smoke at a restaurant. Oh, that's real scary getting hit because I get hit and it fills up both like madness and sleep.
Me when I lose my mind but also need to take a snooze. Do you guys think that we're gonna live longer? What kind of question is that? Then, yeah, okay, then what? I don't know, 80s to 90s. Do you mean people from the 80s to 90s, or do you mean living, like, to be 100? I feel like there's gotta be sort of like a soft cap on how much, like, our improved livelihood is gotta increase, like, our age, you know? Like, there's only, you know, if it's not like, you know, you lived better, so you, like, here's another 30 years, bud. Also, for that whole first run that we did, stream couldn't hear you, so I was schizo posting. As I often do these days.
I'm being so slow about everything, and I don't know why. Oh.
Jerma said that he's gonna be 145. Jerma's not living to 100.
I don't even know if I want to live that old.
Yeah, I definitely don't. Okay, first, like, if we assume that my headache continues, my ass, like, isn't sure I want to make it to, like, 50.
Yeah, like, when my quality of life goes, put me in the Soylent Green machine. Soylent Green is cocoa.
True, true. You heard it here. I have found a Rivers of Blood.
Hell yeah.
I'm getting mad drops right now.
I just want a bow that deals, like, fire damage, question mark, or poison.
Oh yeah, who's our boss? The Maw.
Poison Man, the Maw.
This person's primary concern with aging is how they're gonna look, and I'm like, bro, I'm not okay. I don't care if I look wrinkly as shit. What I care about is does every move that I make ache?
Yeah.
You got the wrong fucking priorities.
Ow.
I assume the idea is that you would age slower. Why is that the assumption? That doesn't make any sense, bro.
If we want to age slower, the real issue isn't like age, it's like the viability of our cells to continue to reproduce properly without issues.
I'm starting to think that the people in this Discord conversation, not our Discord call, but the one I'm reading, they might not be intellectuals. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even really want any of those.
Yeah, I looked at my options and I was like, oh no,
I'm not fighting
trash.
Because the night do be coming.
Yep, it do be coming and it do be doing damage when it get here. dude. Just give me the bonus souls.
I just don't want any of them.
I wonder who the boss in the lake is. I can't see him. He's a red wolf. He'll be easy. We also have an invasion that we can do. That'll get us some good weapons.
I'm gonna open up this thing here as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Just opening it.
I didn't know we had
the
a key.
Banished Knights. I can do a little bit here.
Okay. I'm coming, but I'm slow. Oh.
Who is the black guy from Ghostbusters who is clearly taking some sort of rejuvenation potion?
10% more stamina? Hell yeah.
5% more affinity damage? I feel less enthused.
Our damage negation, Knight's Tide damage increased by 100%. Please don't.
There's a doggo.
Yeah, we can beat his ass tomorrow. Class killing also restores FP. That's pretty cool. To get that on a weapon is also just sick.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that are like, I think that's pretty cool. I would love if there were, just in general, like a lot more things in the game. Like a lot more words, right?
Yeah. That's actually what I've enjoyed most about this, is they just added a lot of fixes that I'm like, wait, why didn't we have these before? Sir, bring that ass back. Me thinking about how I can't cut the tail with a bow, Monster Hunter style.
Man, it sucks that they stopped making Monster Hunter games.
I have been playing the Omega Fight, the Final Fantasy XIV crossover in Monster Hunter, and it has been a lot of fun. Yeah, dude. And like, I know that's not what you're saying, but like, oh my god, oh god.
Why is this guy just oozing poison? It's not how this is supposed to work.
You going to get the stab? Yeah.
This person just typed something so insane. You're really saying that, okay, so the guy from Ghostbusters, a Ghostbuster, right?
Yeah.
He goes, damn, didn't know he was that old. He's older than Danny Glover. Yeah, motherfucker! Naturally! Dog Lover is not old. Wait, Danny Glover and Donald Glover are not the same people. I'm realizing. Who the fuck is Danny Glover?
I was gonna say, I don't actually know who either of those people are. You'll have to
Don
forgive me.
Glover is he's a rapper. He is also an actor. He is in the new Spider-Man movies as like unnamed thug on the streets. But also he is Troy on the hit sitcom Community. He made This Is America.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Yeah. I could get the confusion if we're like, wow.
I don't know who the fuck Danny Glover is though.
Yeah, I have no idea. Because I don't watch TV and what's this guy going? Oh wait, he didn't go get the bottom church originally. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh shit.
Alright, while I'm dead. Danny Glover. Who are you? Oh, I knew who this guy was. I just didn't know him by name. He's typecasted like always. The older black man, to be honest. That's his typecast.
Oh gods, it's me. I'm Danny Rand.
Don't Danny Rand post at me, motherfucker. That show is so good, man. Nameless and I were doing some artifact viewing, where of the immortal Iron Fist, and man, that was a good time.
Oh, I got stabbed in the side of the head.
No, bro. This is not going well.
No, this is not. I even jumped up and killed the first Red Main Knight because I thought that would make our lives like significantly easier. Oh god. Oh no, I can't die again or I'll lose all my souls.
Oh shit, that's not my teammate, bro. I don't even know where my souls are. I think we already recovered them. I'm gonna be real with you, this was not fucking worth it.
No, it was not. This was a bad choice by me, and I accept that.
I'm not even saying that, I'm just like, fuck, man, fuck me, I guess. Couldn't have given me anything worth a damn.
Oh yeah, I also didn't get shit out of that. That was the worst of every world.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm still level
we're
11.
heading up. I'm level 8 now. I got a touch of grace. Oh. That's fun.
Sucks that the castle's not in that circle though.
Yeah.
Because it is Crucible Knights, which would have been an easy 15.
Actually, I feel terrible that I made the call to go there, but I was like, I really want the fire bow. If I
You
can
don't
get
need
the
to feel
fire bow,
terrible, bro. It's a video game. It's fine. It's fine. We're chill.
it was the worst fucking
It's
choice.
just, you know, you had to put in your fucking credit card and pay me. It's not a big deal.
Oh, those are 3 red goblin tanks. And here's a knight's cavalry. I don't know if we have the time to fight him or want to fight him. Oh, he is
Weak.
our other guy. Never. He didn't mark that, right? He did.
Hey, I think he just said, fuck this shit.
I mean, we had a rough go there for a second, but like it's fine. Oh, from 8 to 12. That's so nice. Excuse me. Man, I have been sick for fucking forever.
Now, I'm starting to think that you got so long ago, like in a distant land, right? I got sick one year, and I was like, that's fine, right? Whatever. And then I continued to be sick for like 6 months. And I was like, this shit fucking blows. I developed this habit that continues to this day, where I'll just like hold my side sometimes. Because I was coughing like so much, and it just like hurt so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our dude is really out there right now.
I was about to add, like, I had just checked and saw, and I'm like, what is our man doing? He's in there.
I have gone too many seconds without attacking an enemy, so now I am attacking whatever is nearby.
There should be a scarab in here somewhere. Or so I thought.
Who is he? Oh, it's
Oh,
this lad.
it's a free fight.
thought this guy was a rotted one.
Oh no, I had just rotted him was all.
Well, I just thought by his like appearance he was.
Oh.
Because he looks a little rotten to me. Man, I can't believe that still hit me. No, no, no. I can't believe I didn't die. You can have this if you would like. I have no need for that.
Yeah, I will take that.
We're kind of running out of shit to do. To be real.
I know. Okay.
There's like another boss over here.
Yeah, it's just like a smaller guy, but still a guy. After this, we can potentially head to the forest and try to kill that boss.
I don't think we're gonna have time.
I don't think we do either, unless it closes down there. Oh god. So the build-up that I get on Madness and Sleep is static based on the number of times I've been hit and not the damage I receive. And that's scary. Okay, yep, it's closing top side. So we do not. Okay, this bow that I have, the only bow that I have is absolute garbage.
That seems pretty good for us.
I am more than a little concerned. Oh.
I am only level 12.
There's a... Same. There's some red enemies up here. Excuse me, sir. Do not drop the shield. The shield does nothing for me.
Kinda wild to me how much worse this run has gone, despite me being like objectively better. Because I have like any, you know, relics on.
Yeah. There's a blue bow, but that's not what I want. Please, for the love of God, a bow! You know what? I take it. I didn't even see what it was, but it was a different bow. I take it. It does deal more damage.
Downside, if you take damage, instantly die.
Listen, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. What are you gonna do?
I'm actually gonna get rotted. Stop it! Stop it!
No.
I'm dumb.
Damn. God, imagine if we just lost.
We did that the other, like, week, didn't we? Where we just fucking flubbed this shit here.
Yeah.
Fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, we all just like died at the same time to
That's a
different things in the
dancer.
boss
No, it
fight.
was all the dancing.
Yeah. But one of us, and it may have been me, died specifically because we walked outside the circle.
You're...
Like, 2 people died to the dancer, but one of us died to being outside of the circle. And I think it may have been me, but it was the funniest shit.
Like, Utsumi is, like, a really big stickler for, like, she's like, you need to live longer than me, because I don't think I could deal with, like, your death. And I keep having to tell her, like, I can't promise you that, because I almost guarantee you I'm gonna die before you. Just, like, first of all, statistically, like, the woman lives longer than the man, I think. Right? But also, just, like, practically, like, many days, I feel like I've already got, like, a foot in the damn grave. Well... Something that I do not like about this mode is that I do find myself with less than 6 weapons a lot of the time.
I will still pick up some bad weapons if I think they do anything for me. Brother?
You know, Diablos is really probably not a boss I should have the anime running for.
Alright, it's fine. Just beat him to death quickly. Oh, I got Sleep Madness by his roar. And that's a little messed up.
Should have brought earplugs, to be honest.
Yeah.
Something that I think is, like, insane. Like, when I think about earplugs, like, as a skill, it kind of, like, astounds me. Like, when you think about it, a monster in Monster Hunter... right? Like, doesn't really roar that much, right?
Yeah. I didn't get it off in time.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh.
I'm not making it. I'm not making it, bros. No!
Oh,
No,
I've been grappled.
I can
This
stop
kills-
this. We can stop it. Crazy cinema. Why is he? Oh, he's Frostman. I wish that a lot more of the effects actually like did shit.
Yeah.
I just did all that based on instinct, and let me tell you, man, it felt. Fuck you! I'm sorry, everybody. I'm so fucking sorry.
I poisoned him, he doesn't care. Again? Oh.
Okay, fuck me, bro. Like, could you just chill the fuck out? For like a second? I got up and I didn't feel like I could drink an Estus. Man. Bro!
Right? Oh no. My brother in Christ, I can't save you.
I'm mashing my Estus. Okay, gamers, I'm here. I'm alive. Well.
Is this his jump attack? No. Careful, I think this is the 3 grab chain.
Here.
Missed. Oh god! Oh! Oh my god! The grabs I did fine on. He just walks at me and bites me, kills me instantly.
We did it! And we were way weaker than last time.
We were so much weaker. My bow deals 82 damage.
Yeah, I'm also using a pretty not great weapon. Wish you could sell from this screen.
Right? Oh wait, you can. You can.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, getting 200 from that? She's level 14?
Yeah. See, that's why when you were like, she's 14, I'm like, what the fuck? And after a certain point, when you lose points.
Ruri's a fucking gamer.
Yeah. I only got 150 from that. Oh, I guess it's because I'm like a higher depth. That makes sense.
Okay, no, sorry. She's depth 4. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god. I was typing up a message to her and I was like, Ruri, what the fuck? I was like, I gotta give her some props, right?
Yeah, like when you were like, she's depth 14, I was like, I didn't even know you could do that. That's insane. Like, depth 3 is rough. Like, once you're consistently getting, like, the mix of, like, oh, we're potentially fighting any of the Everdark bosses, life's hard. Grabbing a handful of snack, and then I'm coming back.
God, I wish that were me. I really want to buy Chex Mix, bro. But I just know it's not a good idea, right? It's just not an effective use of money. But like at the same fucking time, I've got a couple of cravings that I have not been able to fulfill for like a year plus. Like I really want to eat some cake. I've wanted to eat like some cake for like over a year now, but I just can't justify spending the money, you know? Like, do I really want to spend like $20 or whatever it is on a cake? That's like half an order of groceries, you know? That feeds me for like way longer than a cake, and is also just like more necessary, right? I do need to eat, but I don't gotta eat cake.
Yeah. Like, no, I get you. The handful of snack I bought, and I'm so sorry, or I got, is not Chex Mix, but it is the Cheez-It version of Chex Mix that Danny has bought.
Listen, I'm happy for you, but I am also praying for your downfall.
Yeah. No, I think that's justified, and that was
It's
partially
not
what I wanted you
justified.
to know. Don't I have something that gives me like increased chance to find bows? Maybe I need to put that shit back on. I was half debating on going to the gym tonight. So I mentioned still being sick.
Yeah.
I have recovered from being sick, but I still have a cough. But that's kind of normal for me. I had like a very severe case of like bronchitis and laryngitis when I
Yeah.
was in middle school, and a lot of the times when I get sick, I just lose my voice completely, even if it's just like a head cold. But it's because I like absolutely fucked up my vocal cords when I was sick. So like I'll have this cough for a little bit, and that's fine. But I have an ear infection, and I didn't know until I went to get into the pool, and I felt like my head exploded. And I think I ruptured an eardrum.
Yeah.
But I went to urgent care, and they were like, "Oh, you have an ear infection in like both of your ears somehow." And they're like, "You need more antibiotics, or you need antibiotics." And I was like, I was just sick and I just finished rounds of antibiotics, and they were like, "New antibiotics." So they gave me like 2 different kinds of antibiotics. So I've been through like 3 rounds of antibiotics recently, and I'm like a little worried because like you can get C. diff, and like it absolutely destroys your like gut microbiome.
I don't think you should go to the gym.
Yeah, but it's so. I have an appointment set up not next week, but the week after to see an ENT. Because this is not like the first time that it's happened. And every time I go to the doctor, they're like, "I think you have an ear infection." And I'm like, "I have ruptured my eardrums once, and I just don't think it healed correctly." And they were like, "That doesn't make sense. It's probably just ear infections." But it's been like every time I've been to the doctor in like 6 years. And I'm like, there is no way I am keeping ear infections like this. And also, my ears don't hurt. Like, do I believe them that I could have an ear infection? Yes, only because I just finished being sick. I do believe that this time I could have an actual ear infection, and I am taking all of my antibiotics as ordered. But if I have an ear infection currently, I also believe that there is a secondary issue. Because also, I just like lose my balance, right? After I ruptured my eardrum, if I'm standing still and I stand still too long without moving, I will fall over. And that's just the thing that happens. I'm really good at not falling down though. But like I do lose my balance and I have to like catch myself. I really don't have great don't here, let me unready really quick. Cancel standby. Because my stuff is just not incredible for Iron Eye. Oh, I forgot. I do have a really sick Duchess set up.
hopped into Fujiyama's stream because he started his stream really early. He has started his stream at like 9 a.m. in Japan, and he's instantly into the factory. And it's fun to watch it because this is like his first Factorio, really, right? And you know how everyone's first factory goes, right? It's pretty fucking bad, right?
Yeah.
And I just told him I think that Factorio is like one of the best games like of our lifetimes. Like I think that in most of our lives, I think Factorio is gonna be like top 10, top 20 games. The game, it's just so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've been here for like my long rant about like Factorio recently, because Satisfactory has really opened my eyes to how good Factorio is. Because like Factorio, it lets you engage with it like on your terms. Right? Where like it lets you be bad. Right? It lets you decide like if you want to keep being bad or if you want to work on this, and there's just like a lot of levels of like the game is like, do you really want to do this? Like, is this fun to you? Right? And if it isn't, like you can just be like, nah, I don't want to do that shit. Right?
Yeah.
And I love that because I can be like, you know what? I don't care about like combat in the game, right? So let me just like turn that shit down, right? Or I think if I can ever convince Candy to play, right? He will be like, I don't really care about like making like a super efficient system, right? I just care that I've made a system. Right? And the game's like, yeah, sure, then then do that. Like, be bad. And I think that that's great.
I've been thinking about like Factorio more and more. Just like general. Wait, that's what the issue is.
I think that I'm going to start up a base game Factorio run soon as part of like the subathon that will be uh public, right? And we'll see like how long it takes us to beat the game. I've been considering doing that for Satisfactory, but I might charge for that one because Satisfactory is not nearly as concise. I do think that there are some lessons that Factorio could learn. Like there is a part of me that's like, it would be sick if Factorio had more reasons to explore, right? But I say this about like most games. Most games should have fat loot.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, why not? It's cool. It's fun. Like, I think Factorio would function without it, but I think that there are definitely like some ways that like having some cool loot in the game would probably go pretty crazy, especially giving like more reasons to engage with the combat. Right?
Mm.
I'm also finding out right now that Nanachi apparently has also been playing Factorio.
Wow, you've been left out.
Well, she's like, I don't want to stream it because I feel like I think she's saying that she doesn't want Chad to like backseat her, which I think is like a little sad, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Not everyone has a chat where like they're as comfortable like I am, where I'm just like, hey, like Coco, fuck up, fuck off, fuck you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And like most of you guys are like that's Vash's way of telling me just to like shut up, right?
Yeah.
And like you guys are like mostly like pretty fine with that. But also I really do think that more streamers should have that. But also I understand that I am a lot smaller, and that this is probably part of the reason why I will always be a smaller streamer, is because like I have a low tolerance for this nonsense, right?
One of the streamers that I watch consistently when they stream will absolutely drag you through the mud if you're being a fuck. And like I appreciate that so much.
Sure.
And it's like, yeah, if someone is out here like impacting your good time, fuck them.
Yeah. Like some people from the satisfactory category came in, and they clearly liked the game, and I was clearly not having a good time, and they were like, "We think that you have a problem with like the game," and I was like, "What was your first fucking clue? Was it the fact that like I clearly sound like I'm going insane because like the things I was doing in hour 2 of the game, I'm now doing at 100 hours in the game, and I didn't find it really fun then, and I still don't find it fun now?" And they were like, "Well, you just have to understand that like this is the game." And I'm like, "Yeah, but like someone decided that this was gonna be like the game. It's not like we just ended up here, like the game spawned in out of nowhere. Like people made these decisions that have caused me misery."
Have you considered slamming your dick in a door so we can have a better time?
What did you say?
I said, have you considered slamming your dick in the door so we can have a better time?
You know, I haven't, but satisfactory gamers would just tell you to kind of... I don't know, there's some insane shit, man. And what's like also like a bit frustrating. We spent like 20 hours on phase 4 out of 5, right? And I was like, oh fuck, man, like there's still another phase, you know?
Yeah.
And then we get to phase 5, and phase 5 was honestly, it took us like less than 8 hours. It might have taken me like literally 5 hours, right? Which is not a little, right? But
Yeah.
it paled in comparison. And I was like, what the fuck happened? Like the pacing of this game is all fucked up. And someone came in and they were like, the developers said that they wanted like normal people to be able to beat the game. And I don't know, it's just like, I don't know if you read my Steam review for the game. But I ran out of characters. There's just so much like about it that kind of pisses me the fuck off. Also, it's the doggos.
It is the doggos. Still wasn't enough. God damn it.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed at that fact too.
Oh shit. God, in terms of loot, my dude, not a lot. You know, I'm looking, I think maybe you made the better choice.
Whoa! Okay, bro.
Are they just like mashing on the thing?
Yeah, I don't know. We were really close to this one. It was like less than a 2-minute diversion.
Yeah, I don't know what what their problem is, because either way, like my plan was to hit the castle and then like go that way, because there's the third church over there as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh god, I gotta go. I'm getting sun. I'm dead. Can you turn around and pick me up?
Yeah.
I'm like right outside the sewer. I got hit with a single. Oh, he has my souls. This fucker. Oh wow.
No. I knew it. I knew as soon as I heard the sound. I knew I was dead. Our teammate's probably fucking pissed, dude.
That's fine. Honestly, I don't like this guy anyway. But the spam ping at the very start.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point of that? Going back. I'm getting my souls.
That's not great. I'm
No,
level
that's
1.
Same. Okay, I'm curious.
This should go crazy for us, right?
Yeah.
I gained 2 levels.
Same.
Okay. I am now going to our teammate.
I'll be there in just a second. Now I say going to our teammate, I'm gonna hit that church that I didn't at the start.
Yep.
I do think I'm having an issue though.
Like what? Like with the game, or
Like, no, I think it's my controller.
okay.
And maybe it is the game. I can't tell because what's happening is it's just eating my inputs. But my controller's wireless, which is why I'm like, it's probably my controller.
Yeah.
I'll check the boss while I'm here. Just to see who's down here. No one, so that's Royal Revenant. That's an easy boss.
Oh my god, fuck you. I tried to do my grapple movement tech thing, and I hit a crab, so I didn't get to move.
This could get to you.
Nah. Oh, it's Crucible Knights.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna go really quick and just grab my souls
Yeah.
that are in this crab over here. Okay, let's skedoodle. But we are behind, I think.
Yeah, you would be correct.
That or maybe my schedule for Deep Night is a little bit off. That's also possible.
No, I definitely think we are behind. I think right now we should be level 8.
Who's the boss over here? I thought it was
Boss over
that
there?
tree.
Coming.
Okay, this is free. Woo! I'm gonna open this now.
Yep. Vanished Knights again. Shit. Oh, I did not make it to them.
They've died a lot. They've lost souls for sure. Like a considerable amount, I think. Oh no, maybe not. They're only level 6, which I mean is like, oh, with the souls that they just lost means that they're like the same level as me.
Yeah, yeah. You'll have to forgive me. I'm just standing here for a brief second.
Oh, you know what? That's just unforgivable. I'm chill. I'm big chillin'. Something that's like really weird for me, like reading Overlord, is for me to be like, damn, like this series has really changed.
I've not read any of it, so you know, couldn't say.
Well, for me, it's more of just like, I'm at the start right now, obviously, right? So
Yeah.
like, it's just like we've really gone like a really. I feel like, you know, like the current volumes are just like so much more different than like this volume. I feel like it's become a whole lot less about him. Well, I don't know, it just feels like there's gonna be a bit more of like an air of like him trying to go back, you know?
Yeah.
Or something around, like with the way he writes the start of the story, but then he just like doesn't give a shit, honestly. He just kind of runs with it. And there's like nothing wrong with it. It just feels like a. Also, why am I just like permanently missing health now? You seeing this?
Oh shit! Oh yeah, I do. That looks like an amount from a weapon that you have picked up.
You're correct. You are correct. That weapon will now be dropped.
Oh shit!
Uh-oh. I think that there's a real chance that this will be the end of our run.
Yeah. I thought he was swinging at you, so I didn't do anything.
Okay. We managed to hero the situation.
Oh shit!
And that's really annoying of him.
Yeah. Oh no, I didn't think he could see me yet.
He couldn't.
Okay. Oh.
He guessed. Well,
Fun.
this is awkward. I almost have my ult again. Kind of hoping that he moves like a little bit faster over here. Oh, of course, now!
Yeah, yeah.
What? It's over. Go worry, Dad. Oh my fucking god!
Oh man, that was perfect.
Oh man, that's really fucking funny, bro.
Yeah. God, that was good.
Oh.
Oof, my points. I'll run it back. I am not at all. I think that started a little stupid, and then we lost because of how weak we were. Is really all that was. And you know, for Franco again to be spam pinging, I don't think they were good enough
Yeah.
to be like.
I have the same logic in Dota, where I'm like, if you are going to do that kind of shit, you've got to be better enough that I don't mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like, I don't care if someone's like, yo, we need to be doing this instead, but like, you also can't be like doing significantly worse than whatever I'm doing right now. And I also get that sometimes, you just end up in a bad situation and you just keep getting hit. Like, it
Yeah,
happens.
like me on that gaping wall, man.
Yeah, like sometimes it just happens and it feels awful.
You basically just want to die, like in real life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
I'm like,
I really don't like where we've dropped. I think that this kind of blows, actually.
I was looking at that. I was like, oh, this is a little rough.
I think that this is like a really good formula, like for the game. But it's hard for me to really pinpoint like where I'm like, I wish that Night Rain were different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's missing just
not...
a little bit for me.
Yeah. I was worried our Iron Eye was going to be like, let's head to the Invasion Church. And I'm like, please don't.
I definitely, one thing I do wish is I wish that we could get like a little bit more whack. And really have like more builds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like really be able to specialize in something in like a given run. Because like for me, I think part of my problem is like a similar problem that I have with Deadlock, where I'm like, people can tell me that there are supports in Deadlock. However, as far as I'm concerned, literally every character in Deadlock is a carry. Like, everybody scales, like, insanely in Deadlock. Because, like, everybody has a gun.
Very recently, they have taken an axe to some of the characters' gun scalings. Which has, like, shoved them... not impossible to build gun, right? But you are now heavily discouraged.
Yeah, but I think another big part of my problem is that, like, literally everybody in Deadlock's job is to do damage.
Yes.
Which is largely what a carry does.
Yeah.
Right, and also, like, everybody scales. Well, there is no experience. It's all money, right? Money is your experience in Deadlock as well. So there is no prioritizing, like, the golden experience on a hero, really, in Deadlock, right? Because it's all just gold. There's only prioritizing gold on a hero. That, combined with everybody's goal is to do damage, because there are no people in Deadlock that don't do damage, right? Where I'm like, everybody is a carry. In, like, you know, the truer sense of the word. Because, you know, people... It isn't actually the carry's job to do damage. It's,
oh, ow.
You know, the carry is supposed to be someone who scales more with those things in order to help you win the game. Be that, you know, either to do damage or to just, like, literally win the game. Kind of like old Lycan, or, you know, old Broodmother, who would just, like, their job was not to kill the entire enemy team, their job was to kill the Ancient, because they have something. Another thing that I really wish for this game is I really wish that we could read those things from further away. Because, like, you and I just had to spend, like, 5 seconds reading. Right?
Yeah. No!
Bye.
I am sorry.
It's fine. And I know that, like, real Deadlock heads, I think that they're gonna be like, no, you're wrong, like, it's different, and I'm gonna tell them, no, I think that actually you're wrong. I just have a bucket. There we go, finally.
Oh,
I was in a black screen
shit.
that whole time.
Ow.
And, like, I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, right? But what I am saying is, like, that is a thing, and I like it less. Right? But I do think... Oh, well, first of all, I will say, I think Ice Frog is on Deadlock. I think that Ice Frog has largely... we have lost our third.
Oh, did he leave?
You're...
Fun.
And I do think that he's maybe learning a lot of lessons from Dota and using them from Deadlock. And I think that I am right to a very large degree with this, because I think that he wants to right the wrong of nobody wanting to play, in air quotes, nobody wants to support in Dota. So I think that his solution to it was the, you know, like a Heroes of the Storm type change, where it's like, what if we basically reimagined what supporting means, right? And by that we mean like stripping away like 80% of what supporting is in Dota, and just making it like you are less of a person like who shoots or deals like a bit less damage, right? Or you heal, right? And less like the way cooler shit about supporting like in Dota. And you know, the real Deadlock heads can argue against this and be like, no, like Kelvin like is a support, like, and all. I'm like, yeah, but like you can still be a support, buy like 2 items, and you still do like 1,000,000 damage. Like everyone does like a considerable amount of damage as long as you have the aim to do it in Deadlock.
Yeah.
And this is like kind of by design, which is again fine, but like I think it's just like a matter of being, just like how it is. Coco, I don't think we're gonna win.
No, I think winning is out the window for what we can do now. If we can kill this man, it's a victory. It would have been much more of a victory had he dropped me like a dagger.
But and again, I don't want Deadlock to just be Dota, but I do view Deadlock just like it's infinitesimally less on like the strategic scale for me.
Yeah, it is much less strategic.
Right? And largely, I think that like a lot of Deadlock is like, hey, are you good at team fighting? And like, if so, like, congratulations. Like, you're gonna do pretty well in this game. And I think, again, like, this is all fine. Like, it may sound like I'm negative about a lot of these things. I'm only really negative about them for me. Right? For my personal interest in the game. But I do really wish that Ice Frog had... It didn't feel like he definitely was done with us on the Dota side. Because I need that motherfucker.
They should move Ice Frog to Heroes of the Storm.
No. Listen. Blizzard had their chance.
miss it. I miss it so much.
For those who don't know, Ice Frog approached Blizzard about making a Dota with them.
Huh.
And they said so allegedly he was weird in the conversations. Like he came like lawyered up or some shit to like a sit down meeting like with like some Blizzard people, and they were like, "Whoa, this is like not the vibe, bro." Right? And
Yeah.
so they were, and then they were like, "We don't need you." A decision I'm sure they do not regret. I'm sure Blizzard looks at that interaction and they're like, yep, we made the right choice.
I know that that's probably a bit of a joke, but I do feel like Blizzard probably feels that way.
I don't think that they do. I think that they definitely look at a lot of how they played a lot of that and regret it. Especially since...
No, they do not.
No. You are thinking that this happened way later than it did. This was before League.
Okay.
First of all.
I thought this would have been like sometime in the last like 15 years.
And also, supposedly a bit after this conversation was when Blizzard modified the EULA after like Han and like League came out, and they were like, ah shit, we should have locked down some of this a little bit more. So supposedly a bit after this conversation and these other things started happening, right? That was when they modified the Warcraft 3 terms and conditions and added the line that they technically own your custom maps. So I do think that they regret the way that they played that immensely. Especially considering that Heroes of the Storm, their supposed "we can do it without you" is a joke compared to the two monsters that are League and Dota. And it honestly is like kind of a joke compared to Han.
I don't think Heroes would have been successful for what it was under Ice Frog, though.
Yeah, I don't think Heroes would have been Heroes. I think it would have been Dota 2.
Yeah, which I would have liked a lot less.
Yeah, but I don't think Blizzard gives a shit what you like.
Yeah.
I think that they would have looked at it and been like, this owns. This is like easy money. And I think that they probably would have pumped quite a bit more into maybe taking other popular Warcraft 3 maps and turning them into like monetizable games. Which would have
based
also
on what I know about how Blizzard how they wanted their MOBA to act, I still think that they would have shut. I think they would have shut Ice Frog's Dota down shortly after it happened.
I don't.
They weren't interested in making a game that sold well. They were only interested in making a viewable esport. And Heroes didn't make them the money that they wanted. Heroes was still being like extremely profitable, but it wasn't profitable enough. Like, it wasn't hitting their margin goal.
I understand that this is more of like, but this is like way later in the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, this is a Blizzard that's saying this in like 2015, right?
Yeah.
When Heroes like existed. But Heroes of the Storm, is, well, like, on paper, way fucking older. And esports was like literally nothing at the time, right? So like,
well, I mean,
maybe they were
when
pioneers.
when they incepted Heroes, it was supposed to be a game. But when the LCS took off, they abandoned the concept of being a game in favor. And I just don't think that, like, if the game is more successful, it still doesn't pull their profit margin for their esports. Like, I still think it gets canceled at roughly the same period. Because Blizzard's executive leadership hates having fun.
Yeah. They are the WoW developers now.
Oh, shit. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm dead. I am extremely dead. Oh my god. Oh god, he grabbed me again.
I'm so fucking dead. We lose.
Hell yeah.
We lost to goddamn a worm face, bro.
But I am, like, I get so bummed out when I think about what they did to Heroes. Well, I only lost 25 points, and I got a message stating that the full rating loss was waived due to the premature exit of another player. So that's cool.
What is Nanachi streaming? After beating the game, it's time to try the DLC. What game, though? What game, Nanachi? What game, though? Wait. Wait. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, no. This was her posting her schedule. Okay.
I was disappointed by my general performance there.
Oh, you know what, Coco? I think it's pretty fucked up that you just didn't do well enough.
I know.
To make up for a missing player.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me. I guess part of my issue is I just didn't feel like yes, give me this. I didn't feel like my Duchess build popped off like I was hoping it would.
I mean, it is. Listen, we fucked up an insane amount.
We did.
I don't think any build gets to pop off in the circumstances that we were in.
Also true. Where is my Great Spears more likely to drop? I keep asking and no one tells me. So you probably haven't seen these yet, so I don't know if you know they exist. Have you seen any of the relics that are like reduce this stat to gain these stats instead?
I have seen these.
Okay. Apparently, you can use these to like alter the core concept of your character.
Yeah. So that you could be like a wilder that uses like a bow or katanas.
Yeah. Like you can apparently do it to turn Birdman into a faith caster, which I think is pretty neat. I did not equip that one. I equipped one that gave me increased strength.
It is the GOAT, so I have already resigned myself to losing. It's normally where Coco's like, no, we got this. But he stayed eerily silent, curious.
Listen, it's rough. It's rough out here. But we get the big chest, we get a stone sword key. Hell yeah.
That's huge. I actually thought that I jumped off the cliff, and I was like, I was plotting my own downfall. I was like, tonight we're going out to the shed, we're getting the rope, we're Googling how to tie a noose. Woo! Oh, you know, actually, maybe they want that. Maybe they want that. Oh, you want it?
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna grab it and then drop it when we get.
Okay. I'm going to this church first, and also I'm gonna level up.
Yeah.
I also would love it if, I don't know, I just wish that this mode was like a little bit more wacky, you know? Like, sure, they can put us down, but I would love to be able to reach new heights. Ohio, Tsumi, I was just thinking about you.
I would love. I'm really hoping that when they do the DLC is just wacky.
The problem I really think is that I think that the Dark Soul, you know, the gamers aren't asking for it. I think that they look at what I'm asking for and are largely like, ooh, I just want to play like Dark Souls, but blah blah blah, right? And I'm like, nah, like let's get weird with it. Let's get weird with it, right?
Yeah.
But I think the masses don't want what I want, like at all. I think that they're like, I just want a couple more bosses, and, you know, blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, you dream too small. Bosses are like a dime a dozen, right? They have like 40-ish bosses to pull from. That shit's a joke, right?
Yeah.
Because like as soon as they
is not in the game that like improves your experience, like, right?
I don't necessarily agree with it. I think that there's like a lot of bosses that they could put in that improve my experience. Like Lord of Cinder.
But give me other stuff first.
Yeah.
Like I do fully agree, but I'm like, we get there when we get there. put the bosses in, but like give me the stuff between the bosses that I need to fight.
You're...
I do think it's especially more like keep bosses, right? Like not the big end of day bosses, but
more,
the shit
more
that
on
we...
the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in a wholehearted agreement on that.
%, more runes from enemies.
Just like a lot more to kind of make it feel like every run of this is like a little bit more unique, especially with like the way that, you know, maps are kind of like predetermined. Yeah, that's not what I mean, but you know, the thing that we've talked about before, where like you can only get like certain pre-mutations and shit.
Yeah.
That is a U.
Oh, did she get grabbed? I don't think we fight this right now. Lady, did you not just hear me?
They should really fucking unmute you in Discord. It's kind of fucked up.
No.
Alright, I want to go check the cast.
Do no damage to those guys. What does this bow do? Can use this shield now. Poison buildup when below max HP. That makes sense why I have this poison bar.
Okay, alright, you just won't get stunned at all by my ult?
Oh, bleh. Ah.
Spin to win. Fuck me, man. Crucible Knights.
Hell yeah.
No! Damn. I was hoping he would drop
Always
the
forget.
great sword.
Oh.
I feel like drop rates are way higher these times.
Improved guarding ability. Charge attack?
Improved charge attacks. Man, fuck you! I really should have learned to play the other dude. The parry guy.
Oh yeah, the executor.
Executor. His name is Executor, but whenever we talk about him, I always think about Pokemon. But I also think about in StarCraft how when you play through the Protoss campaign, you are the Executor.
Yeah, I think a lot about that as well, because like that's an actual title, right? Like, so for a while I was like, I don't understand like his naming convention. Like, what is he? The what is he in charge of, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, my brain broke.
God, I love Crucible Knights. I'm outies. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
I'm not outies.
Thank you, thank you.
We can drop down here and hit this bonfire for levels and such.
True.
Level 9! Crucible Knight difference.
Level 5 to level 9 is huge. Increase spell duration. Man, she's eating well.
Alright. Watch a little anime while we wait.
Yo, red guy. Knight Rider Glaive. Guard counters activate summoning attack. Hell yeah. For the first time ever, we just get to use it. I do think we should do this first for the Chance of the Madness weapon.
I think that we should do. Oh fuck! I forgot. We're not fighting the goddamn the Doges.
We're fighting the goat. Gonna get goated on.
Sometimes you go through doing the crit on an enemy, and you're just like, wow. Wish I just hit you like 6 times instead.
Yep.
It's something that I've kind of, I think I've been in the minority. I really wish that crits in the games had gotten stronger rather than what feels like weaker. Like, I understand that, like, you know, it's because of like backstab fishing. Obviously, I think that they don't want parries to be too good because then everyone's trying to parry. But also, I really wish that they would just stop giving a single fuck about PvP.
Yeah. Well, no madness, anything.
I also feel like we're never getting invaded by, like, the other bosses anymore.
Mm-hmm. No. I guess I could kill this guy, but there's no reason to, because we can kill the guy on top of the keep.
I also like
and this guy's
fighting this guy. Yeah, this guy's annoying.
Yep. I like the design of the Birdman.
I think he's okay.
Ow.
Yo, that was the knife that the skeletons came to fly. Came from under the ground and from all over the earth. I don't think you can parry this guy. Because I'm pretty sure I nailed 2 parry timings a bit ago. Let's see. Oh, can't parry that attack. Okay, you can. Yikers.
Less likely to be targeted. That's not what I want. What do you mean less?
Some people are saying that less is more.
I would like to have a word with those people's managers. Get him, boys! Just a ton of gargoyles halberds. Ooh. Colossal sword.
Colossal.
You know what? I take that though. I heard tree avatar? Hell yeah.
Listen, I feel you. However, in like a couple of seconds, I think I'm abandoning this endeavor and going to get my last Estus. I am going to get my last Estus, and I will be back. Because this Estus is going to be very outside the circle, whereas that castle is inside the circle. You feel me?
I do.
Okay, this was actually significantly closer than I thought. I misjudged the distance of all of this that happened, so I should not have done this.
I had the thought, I'm like, it's pretty close. Like, I feel okay, like, trying to run to
When I looked at it on the
afterwards.
map, it felt a lot farther away.
No, I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from.
How is that going there for you guys?
It's taking us a minute.
I'm
It's slow because I don't deal a ton of damage.
I'm killing that Crucible Knight that we left the other day. I think I'm gonna come up there instead of finishing what I'm doing down here. I think that maybe I'm a detriment to the team at the moment. My teammates are praying for my downfall right now. I should have bought an extra inventory slot from that nerd. I really hope that this guy is really low up here and that I just like kill him and that I'm like, man, why did you guys struggle so much?
He is pretty low.
He is, but not low enough that I'm going to kill him in time. In fact, I will be the one that perishes. Oh, they revived me through the wall! I will not be oh no. Okay. Alright, level 13. Did you guys kill this Crucible Knight that was down here?
Yes,
Okay.
but he didn't drop anything. I don't think we can make it to that. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong.
I really wish this guy would just target me. I wish I could just be like, hey, all Crucible Knights only target me. Don't you guys worry your pretty little heads about anybody else but the guy who is just insanely confident in parrying you to an endless degree.
me when it's the night that skeletons came to life.
Have you seen I Think You Should Leave?
I've seen a bit of it.
Okay. I should learn to parry these guys, I think.
Yeah, but if you did, they would just switch to like solely using the magic hammer attack.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I was really hoping I would get like a swing that would just, you know, incidentally hit you.
Yeah.
What is a red weapon?
They have like better stats than you can get from other weapons, but they also have like a stronger negative effect.
Just reduce my FP consumption, fam. I don't fucking know. I don't think we're hitting 15.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it'll
We still got the whole shrinking. Maybe I'm being a Debbie Dowder.
I keep doing this because the shield has a skill and I keep using the shield skill by accident.
This is kind of a disaster.
Oh yeah.
Whoop! Okay, I got them. Less of a disaster.
Okay, and I'm already like on my way back up. As long as she doesn't bleed out before I can get there.
I am going to become the Joker. Okay, I hit them enough. I also cannot find the boss. There we go. There is the boss. Improve to stance, break, and throw. Alright, I am going to the big white tree. Then I'm pressing Alt Tab and Spacebar.
Have you heard the tale? Excuse me. That's it. Fucking get him, boys.
For someone who is literally watching like an episode of anime where I have to read the subtitles, I have taken 0 hits, I think. Oh, what the fuck? Like, I straight up, like, I hadn't had my eyes on the screen, like, the whole time. I was just dodging based on, like, instinct and feel. That was just, like, another case where I'm like, damn, dude, why did I even do the crit? I do appreciate that this guy...
Did... You know what? Why didn't that get her?
It's actually crazy. It's the amount that they're not in it is so little. I'm straight up better while I watch anime. I'm gonna be real with you. To be fair, I have not been watching anime in the back half of this one. Because like I think a character is going through like a very large thing that I kind of don't want to have pay attention to.
Improve resistances.
Not level 15.
I hit it, but it'll just be barely. This is the goat man. Okay. Before we go, I need to go pee. Man, I'm fiending. I think after this, I may go play some more Deadlock. It's a problem.
What are you fiending for?
Part of it.
Did Discord cut you off?
Deadlock.
Deadlock. Okay. I'll see if maybe we can get some of the boys together for a little locking and deading. Wait. Maybe not deading.
Like, I know part of my drive to play Deadlock has just been I haven't played any other competitive games recently, right? So like it was all Deadlock was like the only the only place I was getting any of my competition. And I think I want to play some more Overwatch.
Coco.
But also,
That's where I gotta stop you. You know? Friends don't
yeah,
let
but I
friends
just,
reinstall Overwatch, you know?
what do you mean reinstall? I keep it installed.
No, he keeps the MFing thing on him, bro.
Dude, and I even updated it the other day.
That's
Like,
fucked.
right? But the new seasons just came out, and I get all the DLC for free.
I refuse to make a deal.
Yeah.
The time is right.
Does that give you guys, what is this effect? Raise attack power for a certain duration, so it only affects me. Oh, ow.
So, like, literally while you were pissing, I queued up all of the episodes of this anime that I'm watching. Right? Like, I set it up so that they would play after each other.
Yeah.
So, color me surprised when the episode ends, right? And get this, Coco, the next episode starts, and I'm like, what the fuck? That thing that I did.
Ooh, that was spicy.
And I also think it's like a real shame. Oh, okay. Fuck me, I suppose.
We might lose here. It's fine. Fill you guys up really quick.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know where I lost. Oh, because I went mad. I was like, I don't know when I lost FP. Well, there's one high up, so GG. I just think it's like a real shame that like you're destined to get these phases, like after like the first one. Nice.
Oh! How? Oh no. Okay, if we just chill, when I get my ult. Oh wait. Yeah, I can try to keep him distracted.
Well, color me surprised when the episode started. You know, I'm pretty confident in my ability, but I won't fight the GOAT while watching anime. Well, goodbye, world.
Yeah, I gotta heal really quick. Okay, as long as I don't die. Oh god. Okay, I can just get them. Do you want healing? Do you need healing?
No,
I'm just gonna get them.
I have my ult, so a little bit of security. Pac-Man. That's so fucked up, bro. There wasn't enough dots. No. Is he not gonna do the giant circle? There we go. Like, if I'm being real... Oh my god, I can't believe that killed me. Okay, she's ulting, she's ulting. And it did literally nothing for me?
Yeah, her ult just does not give a lot of juice.
I don't think I'm making it back up. I think you guys gotta do this without me. Maybe if you can last to either another ult and or his next meditation. Pac-Man?
No. Sadly, we get Pac-Man.
Yo, he ate the Dippin' Dots. The boys. He is awake. Okay, okay.
Okay, we heal everybody up.
No, no, Coco, I'm so sorry.
Oh no!
Ah! I don't know why I bother attacking during it. Why do I bother attacking, bro? I'm
My
I'm
God, that was
I'm farming a minus Deep Night for Coco, bro.
fun though. That was fun.
The goat is so hard
Mhm.
compared to like literally every other boss.
Only minus 50 that time. So it must minus based on how far we proceed into the run.
I can't believe they never did a hard version of the night aspect.
I know. That being said, I was feeling like Birdman. Like I felt like I was.
I think that if we had just gone down a little bit less, me and the other guy, that was easy.
Excuse me.
Alright, are you done?
Uh, no. I will do one more. Give me just a moment. Because there is just like so much, right? Like having those 3 new depth of night things, I'm just like, holy shit, the options we have before us. HP restoration upon katana attacks. This is it. Something that they did that I was a huge fan of is the executor's cursed sword was kind of garbage before, other than like the parry, right?
Yeah.
Like you would swap to it to do the parry, and then as soon as you like guard broke them or did literally anything, you would just swap
back.
out of it.
Yeah.
And they made it better when it's unlocked, like when you have parried enough to activate its little golden mode. And like it's still not like you'll still get weapons that are better than it.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it keeps up a lot
usable.
better.
Yeah. It was just so shitty before. And like, you know, sometimes you wouldn't be going for like the critical hit or something, but you would get it anyway with the curse sword out, and it's like, oh, fucking wasted, kill me.
Long load.
Yeah. Kind of crazy.
Coco, we ever Oh, my game has crashed.
Ah. Well, that's no good.
Did you make it in?
I did, and I loaded in with just you, and now you're gone, and now I'm returning to title screen. Way to prank me on the yeah, I'll do one more. We'll make it 1.5. I tried to load back in and it put me back in the game. But now I'm in here with bread.
I'm also rejoining. Just a little handicap for whichever boss we're fighting.
What's a little time loss among friends?
I don't know if it's gonna finish loading. I think. Oh, wait. Hold. I'm in! Bread!
Hell yeah.
My best friend, Bread. I have 0 fucking souls. And we're already at midday, I think. So that's pretty bad.
We do got Poison Swamp, though. And we're just fighting the doggos
We're just
this
fighting
time
the
around.
doggos. Hey, but I have... I see that there was like 3 or 4 camps dead. Why do I have 0 souls?
That's a good question. That I'm not sure. Because I did kill a little camp. And then Bread also killed a little camp.
Okay, so Jet asked me the other day a question about what do I consider old music? And I gave an answer that Chancer thinks is delusional. And that Alpha,
Okay.
I think, largely passed. He didn't comment too much. I don't think that it's about the year that the song was made. I think that it's more vibes based. Meaning that, like, you could make a song right now, and I would say that shit's old.
Old. I
And
get where you're coming from.
right,
Yeah.
but Chancellor was
I
like,
think-
"You're coping," and I'm like, "I don't think I'm coping."
I don't think you're coping, but I think my answer would depend entirely on who I'm talking to. Dude, are you gonna fucking chill? Where is Bread?
I think Bread was asking the same question about us for a bit. Okay, no. Oh,
Please
I got
crit
it.
this man.
I got it. I got it. Oh no!
Oh no.
I dodged death though, and then I killed him with the damn grappling hook.
What is Bread doing? Like, he's still not here. It's cool.
I'm just trusting Brett. Oh, I didn't even realize we could get different maps on.
Yes.
That's very good for us. I think that the Scarlet Forest or whatever it is real, real good.
Agreed. Minimum level 7.
You're level 7?
No.
Oh.
I have the red weapon I picked up is like minimum level 7.
I was about to say, like, what the fuck? My ass is level 5.
Actually, you know what? I'm just fucking jumping off the I just
Where-
jumped off the bridge.
Okay, I was about to say, like, where that sentence ends could vary quite differently, because we were at the edge of the world. I was like, you just gonna kill yourself? You okay, Coco? You wanna talk about it?
Nah, I was just trying to think of like how I wanted to get up here, and also it was like, well, there's always a boss in the canyon down there, and depending on like what boss it is, maybe it's also good for us to hit it. Knight's tide damage increased by 100%. I don't think I will.
Man, we were so close on that Leaper kill.
We were.
Knight's Tide damage increased by 100%.
Hate to see it.
The weapon's gotta be pretty good for me to pick that up, I think.
Well, I fucked that jump. I'll take it, and then, you know, I'm just not allowed to be in the night. And like that's fine because on the later difficulties, I'm not gonna be allowed to be in the night anyway. So like, it's fine. We're just pre-adjusting my behavior. This is a really big boy, and I do not want to fight him, nor get hit by his horse's fireball. Them changing the holy symbol on the map to be more orange, top tier.
I was wondering what this symbol was.
Yeah, they left the lightning bright yellow. Or I say bright yellow, but they left the lightning yellow, and they made the holy orange. Okay, fucking chill.
Sick. Cool. I didn't want a holy weapon anyway, man. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, I think I do know what's wrong with me, but like, I'm so sleepy. I got, like, I've been getting a lot of sleep. Right?
Yeah.
But like, even right now, I'm like, damn, I could go for so like another 8 hours of sleep. And I know what it is. I know it's just that I'm depressed. But like, damn, man. Could I instead just like, you know, be depressed and then not want to sleep and just be like, I'm so awake?
No, no. I've like fully cleared this little camp because I was looking around and I was like, I don't see that there's anything else that like I can contribute to right now. Had I thought about it, I knew that there was a boss that spawned up here though. It's just a red wolf. I could have helped with that. Oh, there's two. There's a red wolf and a knight's cavalry. This Antspur Rafer does an insane amount of damage. 142. On a thrusting sword. Ooh. Rot or Scarlet in vicinity. Hell yeah. Joke's on you, I'm also a dog. Okay. Should we even bother with that and just potentially head straight to the one place?
Oh, you're so right, bro. But we gotta get our fucking SD.
Yeah. Yeah. Just run by this guy.
Listen, Brad, I'm sorry, but if you're fighting that guy, you're on your fucking own, bro. I have made a terrible mistake choosing to go through this area. I was like, oh, why would I take a detour? Why would I go around Coco? Then a blue glowy bowman, and I was like, I should have gone around.
Yeah, see, I was worried about potentially getting got by like a ranged attack, minding your own business, and you get staggered and then you just explode. Yo, Bread's gonna get him though. And then what fools will look like? A meteorite has fallen.
Huh? On this map?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
it fell top right corner.
What does that actually entail? Is it just a stupid meteor beast?
Yeah, because it's day 2, it'll be a fully grown falling star beast.
Well, I'm gonna be real. Why the fuck would I go do that?
Isn't that the question?
I'm hungry. Something else that's like super fucked up about like my mental state is that like I'm basically like always bored. You know what like right now I'm having like a good time, but like my brain is like, you're not doing enough.
Yeah, I get that.
And it's like, brother, what do you mean? I'm playing a game and at some points watching an anime. You know? Like, what do you mean that's not enough? Like, 99% of people would say that's too much.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like I'm about to
You
vomit,
can
though.
play a game or watch an anime. You can't be out here. Oh. That was spicy.
I am about to receive the location on the map.
Okay. I potentially just see it? Yeah, I see it. Okay. I'm just gonna... Oh, fucking gross.
There you are. Hey guys, I'm here!
Hello! Sorry, there was a scarab.
No! This net attack is the worst.
Yeah.
There are a couple of attacks, like more attacks in like Elden Ring that are kind of like that one, and I'm like, why did anybody make this? Like, how are you supposed to attack during it, you know?
Yeah.
And I think the idea is just that you're not supposed to do fights damageless, but that feels bad.
Yeah. You know, I don't have as many souls as I would like to have normally.
I do feel like we are, Oh yeah, this is the run where we just had the handicap at the start.
Oh yeah.
That would explain why I'm like, man, we kinda suck. Okay, but we did just beat this guy's ass.
Yeah.
We are running out of time. The circle is almost here. Okay. We actually really fucking sped that last part up. Oh my god, I want that. I don't know, I couldn't read what the fuck it had on it, but I wanted it.
Okay, so with the boss at the end, I think I'll hit 13. Oh god.
Wow, sick.
Did he just like Pac-Man both of those?
No, I took both of them, but they're both awful.
Okay, I was just making sure that at least you got them. Like at least one of them, right?
I got both of them.
Okay, okay.
They're just honestly, I'd rather have empty slots. They don't even have bad effects, but I'm just kind of offended.
Charge spells and skills?
Man, this guy is taking 0 damage from me.
Is it the page? Yeah, it's the page.
Would I rather have webbed toes or webbed fingers? Webbed toes. I feel like that one's a no-brainer. Footpick's career is cooked or it's made, bro.
True.
Hello. Hello, it's Sammy. Glorious Coco has left this world. Coco? Coco? Oh. Has he returned?
Hello?
Hello?
My cat turned my computer off.
Well, I think you got time.
Yeah, I'm loading back in as we speak.
Oh, don't worry, we're still fighting the tree sentinel.
Okay, that's good.
It's just about to end.
Sandbag. Attempting session recovery. It's loading. I'm halfway.
How
Barstool,
cornily
I'm in.
titled are your OF
No!
videos?
No. Well, I'm done.
He got goofed and he didn't mean to. They're not, Hector. They're normally titled.
I'm so mad. This is definitely my last run. That was so upsetting.
I gained 2 levels. Yippee!
I lost the level and then an indeterminable amount of souls, and I didn't get my boss reward.
Yikes, bro. And you're still only a level below me. That's fucked up.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill my cat.
And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Me loading my cat into a Civil War style cannon.
Yeah, Chance is like, when's the meetup? Like, I do not feel well, so this will be my last run, and I don't know what I'm gonna do, because I don't really know what you do when you're just like, I'm sick during it, but I feel I'm gonna vomit, bro. You're... I didn't realize that, like, my best friend was a girl. Joe's scene where he's getting undressed and she's shocked. Okay, that could happen to either. Joe's scene where she's wearing like a full onesie at the swimming pool. Yeah, sure, whatever, you know. If you didn't see that one's fine. Scene where she's coming out of the girl's bathroom. Okay, bro, I mean, that one's on you. How did you not... What do you mean? I have been nommed. I'm being devoured. Well, I'm just getting my shit beat, bro. I'm ass? I'm ass? I'm already 3 S's deep.
I'm gonna watch our bro die because he just wouldn't ult me.
Damn, why does he have his ult? I'm not even close to him. He might not have had his ult. Because, you know, we're the same character, so, like, we should have basically the same amount of charge, right? I honestly don't even know how he had his there. 'Cause I don't think I've used mine. Maybe I did use mine, and I've just already forgotten the dementia. Does Holy even do anything to this fight?
It can... Yes. It can lower his attack and damage negation. Holy shit.
Whoa! I can't select you. I can't select you.
Wow. I get that that one's on me. I'm just surprised that that killed me outright. Do I have... Oh. Okay, I get it. I get it.
No! Okay, okay. One Estes. Oh, fuck!
There we go. That's what Holy does.
Woo! I didn't see. Well, what did it do?
It just put a little effect on him and reduced his attack and defense.
You can jump off of teammates.
Oh man, that run was scuffed as fuck.
Yeah, and I can't believe that we lost the goat one, but we won that one. Oh, that's pretty good.
Executor, improved dex and arcane, reduce vigor. Holy shit, like he already has like S scaling in both. I don't think it's actually S in both, but I do think he has S arcane and dex. So like, oh my god. Super glass cannon build, I guess. Oh, okay. That being said, I'm gonna go stick my head in the toaster. And my cat's coming with me. Have a good one.
Thanks for gaming, gamer.
Yeah.
Hello, it's me.
I
How long until you go
do
to work?
laundry. No,
Eh?
I lazy that.
Oh. So no work today?
うん。ランドリーやる。やるとか。
I don't. Here, back. Oh. I don't know what to do now.
ごいしょっと。ただいま。
Alrighty. I don't feel well, but I don't know what to do.
I don't know too.
Uh, Let me go play Dota. Let me do a call for any gamers. God bless you, my child. God bless you, my child. God bless you, my child.
I'm going to die. My watch is streak reset, but it's going. Yuppie.
でも kinda 悲しい。
Yeah, but it's not anymore 33 stuck.
I guess. Yeah, I miss you so much.
I bet. シャドウフィンドの名前ってネバーモア？
うん。
Why the laser techist have shock therapy? Is he doctor?
Nani?
Laser, not the hero. This sentence often including shock therapy. Therapy is like a medical term. Is he doctor?
No, shock therapy is not a medical thing. It is fake science, I think. But also, I need context and also don't ask me right now. I kind of
Joy.
not smart at the moment. You know? Timmy, I miss Japan.
Come here.
What is it? June was June, dana.
Ten seconds remaining.
Cold front coming.
Prepare for battle. are of little consequence in the expanse of the cosmos.
Quickly!
First blood!
This one is the bag. Dead man drifting.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes. Going. Yes. Forward.
This ain't no snowball fight.
And so the dead will bury the dead. Truly. Adrift. Dead man drifting. Cold front coming. Yes. I'm not ready. Truly. I'm under attack. Going. Yes. A chill wind. Agreed. Quickly.
Will I be reading all of Overlord? What do you mean all of Overlord? All, like, 20 volumes on stream? If the viewers turn out,
Operation.
then sure, why not? But
Adrift.
I would consider it unlikely.
Forward.
You're gonna need to be a little more specific, because I don't know how far you are, and you don't know how far I am in the series. I am not... I'm on volume, like, 12 or 13 or some shit. Okay, then I know what you're talking about.
Quickly.
But I don't think we're gonna make it that far, because
Cold front
I don't
coming.
think people are going to turn out for it.
Agreed. Going. Yes.
And you know, while this stream is not like purely run on analytics, like, you know, if I don't feel like people want to watch something, then I don't really want to stream it either, you know?
Agreed. Yes. I'm under attack. A chill wind.
Radiant structures have been
man drifting. Adrift. Forward. Cold front coming.
Now, I think that there's a much larger chance that I end up reading more of Guitari on stream, but there is like a large, I really want to do that, and I stream so much that it's hard for me to find the time to read. And I'm allowed to read it on Twitch, unlike with the My Little Sister is the Greatest Fat material, which I do really want to get back to reading, but it's kind of hard to do while I do the subathon.
Going. Yes. Forward.
Really? He's actually gonna let this camp respawn and cause them so much fucking heartache?
Agreed. Dead man drifting. Quickly. Truly. Cold snap. Going.
Killing spree.
Man drifting. A chill wind.
Man, this guy has tranquil boots. He really could have contested this.
Yes. Adrift. Agreed. Yes. No. Cold front coming. Yes.
Dominating.
It's not time yet. Chill wind. Adrift. Frostbite. Forward.
Double kill.
Agreed. Dead man drifting. Quickly.
这大概就是年轻人的，这大概就是年轻人的操作。
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Forward. A chill wind. Adrift. Truly.
This way.
Don't make me chase you. Cold front coming.
A bittersweet sunset for you.
Бей, бей, просто уничтожь!
Quickly. Going. Bone chilling. Yes. Truly. Forward. Agreed.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Yes. A chill wind.
Your top tower is under attack.
Dead man drifting. Going. Come back. Yes, quickly. Yes. Adrift.
You're probably feeling some disappointment right about now.
Yes. Feel the freeze. Adrift. Agreed.
Let's talk about
Dead
your top tower.
man drifting. Quickly. Cold front coming. Truly.
I could hit this bounty hunter with the please don't ignore my pings, blah 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 blah. But I won't do it. They see you. You know that they see you.
Forward. Truly.
Oh!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. I understand, but still.
I rise again.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A chill wind.
You really should look at your bottom tower. There's really no reason to stand for this. Killing spree. Killing spree.
By my edict.
Your top tower is under attack. I don't think you want that to happen. Let's talk about your top tower. Dominating!
I am risen. Yes. Yes. Cold front coming.
structures are fortified.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower is down.
Forward. I'm under attack. Benumbed.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Where's my pension? My spirit echoes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Why is this happening? Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Frostbitten.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, bro.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Middle tower fall. Double kill.
So fucking true, Hector. It would be super cancerous here, though. I honestly think it's pretty cancer in Deadlock as well. Like, I don't think that the item should exist, but... Listen, it makes the game more enjoyable, but...
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Cast up on the frozen shore. Cold front coming. Death march. The frost spreads. Dead man drifting. A chill wind. Adrift. Quickly. Truly.
Your middle tower is under attack. Stop them.
Yes.
Don't let your middle tower fall. I guess Radiant fortified their structures. Middle tower's down. You just let them...
Without the children of light, my strength is not enough.
The middle tower is under attack.
Pays for itself well before those 8 minutes. If you start factoring in the fact that it has literally any other stat on it, bro.
Quickly.
fall? Killing spree. Unstoppable! Killing spree. The middle tower is under attack.
I can't believe I'm gonna fucking lose with so many broken heroes on my team, man. Cause he goes fucking Boots of Travels!
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you. Your top tower is under attack.
Winter, I return. Truly. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward. To battle.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Agreed. A chill wind. Quickly. Adrift. A chill wind. Going.
Your
Agreed.
bottom tower is under attack. You really selected your bottom tower. Wicked sick. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look. Dire have fortified their structures.
Cold front coming. Yes. I'll keep an eye out. Dead man drifting. Yes. Fresh mate.
Monster kill!
They might not finish Roche in time before it moves.
Agreed.
Roshan has fallen to the
Well.
dark.
A chill wind. Quickly. Yes. Cold front coming.
My smoke broke over here. So I don't know what happened there.
Going.
Let's talk about your top tower. Top tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern?
Dead Man drifting.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Truly.
There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen. Let's talk about your top tower. Mega kill! Wow, Radiant's warrior just got killed. Your top tower is under attack. Unstoppable! Triple kill!
Just get me out. It's just so fucking frustrating. I just cannot win a game.
Let's talk
I just cannot win a game of ranked. I feel like I've played pretty fucking well. I feel like I've had like a real impact on this game, but I just cannot make other people buy good items or play well.
We're attacking top barracks. Your top barracks won't last long at this rate.
I feel like this bounty hunter has been
Your top
not
barracks
very
have
good.
fallen. Could have been prevented.
I feel like we were on the back foot in a game. The hero, like, you always have to win. Like, you have to win the early game.
Cold from tummy.
Wish that we would fucking do shit, man. Worthless ass Boots of Travels. Fuck me.
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominating. Triple kill. Mega kill. Ultra kill.
Just get me out.
Radiant have fortified their structures. Your middle tower is under attack. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower has fallen. The enemy is attacking your middle barracks.
From frozen waters, I rise.
Your middle barracks have fallen. Oh no! You really should look at your bottom tower.
Quickly.
Here we go.
Barracks are under attack. Bottom barracks under attack.
Man. It's actually so fucking annoying
Your bottom barracks have fallen.
that
Look at what happened to
she
all
got
the
a
attack.
bash there.
You're attacking your bottom barracks. Your bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy never
Alright,
has
just get me out.
creeps.
Get me out and get me laying on my bed.
Your middle tower is under attack. It's
Your
time
middle
to get
tower
back
is
at
gone.
them. I tried to warn you. Middle tower is down. You just let them. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Defend your ancient. It's the end of the moon of the king. Dire victory! That'll freeze you in your tracks.
This guy is like shadow boxing this gyro. He didn't say shit, bro. He just said GG and he got all up on his case. I've lost 600 MMR. It's not a good time for me. But I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. My stomach hurts. It's not like I you know, like I need to go sit on the toilet. It's just that like, you know, it just doesn't feel good. Nauseous. I'll be right back. I'm gonna start food. It's like, fuck, fuck.
Shy.
そうだな。 God bless you, my child.
Thank you.
I swear, her voice actor is Naruto, but there's no way. There's no fucking way. Not Naruto. There, food's done. There's another episode after this. Honto ka? God bless you, my child. Oh, itadakimasu. Is there a difference between the left and right image?
Yeah. Hand height.
Ah. Are you asking me which one?
Mm. Mm.
I would probably do left, but I also don't know shit.
So like this is before one, but this is looks like a long arm, like really long arm.
Hmm.
So I like left one, but I still not decide. Toilet. よいしょ。
I think that she should just fight her dad. I don't. I think that he just doesn't want to give up his daughter, bro. Holy shit, Utsumi. This anime, the manga, is 935 chapters. That's fucking crazy. And it ends at the same spot. Yeah, fuck me, I guess.
Are you waiting answer?
It's
I
just,
thought you just talking.
I just thought maybe you'd get any reaction at all.
まあ、その漫画長いけど、私はそんなに面白いと思わなかった。
Honey,
何
what did you say?
That manga have long chapter, but it's not like interesting for me. It's okay, but not that much interesting.
I was just watching it for the tomboy.
No, いいんじゃない
But I really thought that the manga was gonna do so much more. I was like, oh, maybe I'll read the manga, right?
うん。
But 900 chapters.
まあ、別に新しい漫画じゃないからね。
Like 900 chapters to end at the same spot is it was okay though.
ちょっと待って。
Nani?
It's city announce.
Oh, okay. I, I didn't need a response to that one. Okay, anime.
What you said?
I said it was an okay anime. Cool.
よかったね。
It was a good tomboy snack. Still would have been a little bit better with more Gyaru though, or more time with her other friend. Misuzu was the best character.
The bully girl?
うん。
そうかもね。
Why didn't you work today?
There's enough people.
Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. You feel forgiven. Is there anything that you desire to do, Tsumi?
例えば
To play like Deadlock or something?
Mm. Mm.
Obviously, it would wait until after I'm done with this run. This is gonna be my run for the day. Oh my god, it's I am now realizing that I cannot have these motherfuckers. Oh man. I think they're gonna fuck this up. Oh, thank God there's a rock down here. Okay.
ドリームしないの？
Hmm.
スペランキー。
I know. Wakaru. But listen, for me,
あ、そう。
they can see if I get to a certain point. You know? It helps me focus, I think. You know? Simple clay eye, Utsumi. Simple clay eye. Not no.
Drawing God.
You having good time or
普通 Because I got to do this.
curious? Now, Utsumi, far enough. Simple clay eye. Okay, you know, that works out for me. Whoa. Whoa. Oh! Oh. Oh. Alright, simple clay eye. Clay is white. Simple clay eye. Simple clay eye. There it is. Oh my god. Okay. No! Oh, okay. It's in me. It's in me. Take a break from whatever you're doing. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god, Utsumi. I really thought that I had already killed the chicken head. Well, the thing is, Utsumi, the snake head is poisoned, right? So he will eventually die. And
Is he poison?
So the arrow traps here are poison arrows. So an arrow trap must have hit him.
Hmm.
And I can't believe I think I'm actually gonna wait for the poison to kill him.
いいんじゃない?
Ah, it paused as if I alt tab. Alright, it has 30 health. 30 health. So, that means that we have to wait for like 26 procs. Because I think that the poison arrow might do 4 damage. No, it probably still does only 2 damage. 28, and then 28 1 damage ticks. Assuming it took 0 other damage. Spelunky. D2. How fast does poison? The snakehead takes around 14 minutes to die. Thank you, Reddit user who did this already. That means that poison happens like every 30 seconds. Alright, so it should be dying within the next, like, 2 minutes. Alright, so Nameless. If I do damage to him, he doesn't shoot a fireball, right? So if I just go out of this pipe, I can just kill him, right? Jet. If I do damage, it stuns them from doing their fireball, right? Alright, so if I go through this... He moved. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna go through this pipe. There were those who believed it could be done. Let's fucking go, gamers. He's done it. I'm free. Oh my god, Utsumi. Oh my god. Oh. Woo! Oh man. Alright, give me the damn achievement. Let's fucking go, baby!
Any achievement?
It's an achievement you get for reaching Cosmic Ocean alone.
Mm.
Oh man, it's crazy because like literally last week I told Jet, I was like, I don't know if I've got it in me. You know? I was like, I don't know I don't know if I'm the kind of guy that can make it to Cosmic Ocean. And here we are, baby! Oh my god. This does a lot for the mental. The mental panacea, man. Oh. Alright, time to die in Cosmic Ocean, though. I mean, this place is a whole different set of rules, you know. Find your 3 orbs. So we have found 2 of them. Just to be clear, you cannot find an altar here in the Cosmic Ocean, correct? So if this curse guy were to hit me, you know, with the skull, obviously, that would just be terrible. Is that mosquito just gonna be charging across the world infinitely, or I don't. Oh no, because they go slightly down, right? Okay. It could have been worse. Also, I thought that when I broke a thing, it started some sort of jellyfish on me, right? No! Oh. No, it's time-based like the ghosts. Okay. I'm allowed to touch the tail, right? How the hell did I get down there in the first place? How did I get down there? Like the first time. Oh, I started down here. I believe that Utsumi and I's PB in the Cosmic Ocean was like 7:15. It's actually so fucked up that, like, I don't even truly get to, like, bask in the win of reaching Cosmic Ocean, because then they're straight up like, you liked that one? Here's fucking 95 more of them for you. Man, I really regret breaking that other orb. Just in case. Just in case. Whoa! You came from not where I was expecting. What the fuck? You can get Sunken City as your level type, bro? With the damn poison arrows? You can get every world, baby. Is that true? You can get the alien? It's a background. It's a background. Okay. Ooh! Wait, that's scary. Don't ever do that again. This is a bad situation. Wait, that wasn't my last orb? Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, I don't want that to be my last one. It makes me anxious. What the fuck is that sound? Oh, it's the gigantic nonsense. That's a lot of skulls to just be dropping. Man, fuck you. Why can the orb be sucked up into the fucking tongue thing? Whoa, 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 whoa! Do I have my cape? No. So I am dead. But you know what? That's fucking fine. Because, do you know what this means, Utsumi? I'm allowed to play co-op again. This is the furthest I've ever gotten. That's so fucking true, Spelunky. Show me the goddamn story. Cinema! I slayed Kingu, the queen's... Who the fuck is Kingu? Oh, the turtle. Oh my fucking god, baby. Woo! Alright, what's the unlock here that you get for Cosmic Ocean? Do you even get anything here for Cosmic Ocean? Is it this? Yes, you're so right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man. Like, it's really dumb, but like emotionally this really hits the spot right now. Oh, baby. And do you know what else this means? Well, first of all, that I'm going to go and like immediately uh oh no! Steve only recorded the last 20 minutes! No! Oh no, they recorded all of it. How do I save this shit? Like, forever.